on CMAC. And once this meeting is over, we will make sure that it is published to the city clerk's website, and it'll be on YouTube.
Are we waiting for a few more commissioners to trickle in?
So it looks like we are waiting on Commissioner Apuda and Singh. I am waiting to see if they are logged in. Otherwise, we have everyone else here. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I think Commissioner Apuda was going to be missing today. I think she had a prior engagement that she mentioned when we were setting the times and days for the meetings, but I'm not for sure.
Okay. Okay, looks like we have the city attorney, or excuse me, city attorney's office and city manager's office joined us. And the Parks Department. So we are ready when you are, Chair.
Thank you. I now would like to call the meeting of the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission to order. Would the Secretary Clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Parks?
Present.
Commissioner Barraza?
Present.
Commissioner Singh? Commissioner Cummings?
Here.
Commissioner Miller?
Here.
Commissioner Apuda? Commissioner Vang?
Here.
Commissioner Dolan?
Here.
And Chair McCoy?
Here. We will now begin the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please stand? All right, ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will start with the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, there are. We're getting some feedback. I'm not sure who we're getting a feedback from. But there is one change to the agenda. Item 7D as in dog, file ID 2122775. The Parks budget presentation by the Measure P subcommittee has been removed by the Measure P subcommittee. Other than that, there is no changes. So item 7D 7D is removed from the agenda.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had sent a request to not participate on an item pertaining to a project site. And perhaps you may want to add something after 7E, separate that project so that if we have any discussion or whatever actions are taken.
Commissioner Barraza, not to interrupt
Yes.
you, but that's been addressed in the agenda, and I think the chair is aware. We will address it as we go.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine. I didn't know about that.
It's okay. Is there a motion to approve the change agenda, amended agenda? I'm sorry.
So moved.
Is there? Thank you. Secretary, please conduct a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Barraza,
Yes.
and Commissioner Singh is here. I'm actually promoting him right now to a panelist. Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Apuda,
Is this motion to approve changes in the agenda?
yes, ma'am.
I'll abstain because I wasn't here for it.
Commissioner Vang?
Yeah.
Commissioner Singh, I know that you just joined us. This is the approval of the agenda as amended.
I'll abstain.
Vice Chair Dolan
Yes.
and Chair McCoy.
Yes. All right, so we're going to move on to approval of minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes of June 7th, 2021?
There are no changes on our end.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
I will second that.
Secretary, please conduct a roll call vote again, please.
Sorry if you guys can hear my kid in the background. Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Barraza,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Apuda,
Yes.
Commissioner Vang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dolan,
Yes.
and Chair McCoy.
Yes. Great, now we're gonna move on to member reports and comments. You can all, oh, excuse me, got lost on the script. Does any commissioners wish to make any comments? All right, so now we will move on to new matters and workshops. Workshops are for informational purposes only. The commission will not be taking any action and will not be taking public comment on them. New matters and workshops, we will start with item 7A, workshop, conflict of interest rules. Will the city attorney's office please begin the workshop?
Good evening, Commissioners. Raj Badeja on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. Brianna, do I have share privileges?
Yes, you should. You want to try?
Yeah, just give me one moment. Okay, believe that should do it. Are you seeing my screen? Okay.
Yes, we are.
I will, just give me a moment to put it into slideshow mode. Can everybody see the screen that only has the slide on it?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening, all. I have actually two presentations for everyone today. Feel free to interrupt me at any point. We will be going over the Brown Act and then also an overview of ethics as they apply to this commission and commissions generally. If something you feel if there's something that you feel you have more questions on, feel free to reach out to our office afterwards. If it's something you think just requires a quick reply, I'm more than happy to answer questions now. So let us begin. So a few disclaimers. I'm going to add a disclaimer and say that because we're doing two presentations in one, I will try to keep it short, but we've had a pretty active few weeks. So there's a lot of stuff to go over. And I want to make sure that we get an overview. If it gets boring, please feel free to ping me and say, Raj, this is getting boring. And I'll try to liven it up a little bit. And I really do mean that. I don't want to be lecturing at you to the extent that it is possible. So that's the disclaimer that's not on the screen. This presentation is designed to give you an overview of the Brown Act and should be generally understood as just guidance. It's general. It's not providing you specific information. If you do have specific questions about your situation or a situation that is arising here at the Parks Commission or PRAC, please feel free to reach out directly. We will be able to provide you with a very discrete information and guidance on that. This presentation is not and should not be considered legal advice. And then finally, the city officials with questions about specific situations should contact our office. All others, including friends of city officials, should consult their own attorneys just to provide everybody with the most accurate information and protection. So we'll start with an overview of what we're going to talk about. We'll start with the Brown Act, which goes over open meeting laws, what we're doing here. And then we will go into ethical considerations. So the Brown Act, just some background. The Brown Act is state law and it establishes the procedural framework for members of local governmental decision-making bodies to openly meet, debate, and act. The act is designed to ensure that the public is informed about the views, discussions, and actions of public officials. You all in your capacity as members of the Parks Commission are public officials, and therefore your actions on this commission are subject to open meeting laws. People should know and probably want to know what you're talking about and how you're making decisions. And so that's why the Brown Act applies to this commission. It also applies very specifically because the Measure P ordinance requires it. So the purpose of the Brown Act as envisioned by the drafters, and this is from the perspective of the people. The people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for them to know and what is not good for the people to know. Essentially stating it's not up to you or I to decide what the public should know or shouldn't know. It really is whatever goes on with this commission is meant to be open and public. And so, for instance, if you write an email that is sent out to a number of commissioners and it becomes public, then the public wants to know. And so that will be made public. So envision yourself as being the fish in this fishbowl. And the reason you're the fish is because people are entrusting you with an obligation. And the fishbowl is they can't really enter your domain, but they can certainly stand outside and watch, and they can every once in a while tap the bowl to make sure that they get your attention, et cetera, et cetera. And the reason for all this is to promote trustworthiness in you as public officials and responsibility so that you can fulfill your obligations towards the people that have entrusted you. So who is subject to the act? Generally, it's the mayor and the city council and all advisory standing committees created by the mayor, the city council, and by ordinances. That includes this commission. Note, individuals are subject to the Brown Act upon appointment. So you all became subject once you were appointed. Now you've all been sworn in and seated, so you don't have to worry. But in case a seat changes, the person becomes subject at the moment that they are appointed. Now let's talk about meetings a little bit. So meetings must be public. And I think the two biggest things about this are accessibility and involvement of the public. They must be accessible, so they have to be held within the city, and they have to be ADA accessible, and they cannot require a sign-in. Currently, because of COVID-19, the governor, because this is state law, has been able to, under emergency powers, suspend certain provisions of the Brown Act, which include the provision to meet in person. So, you know, you can be Zooming from out of the city and we wouldn't know it, but that's because of the COVID emergency. The second important thing to know about that the meeting must be public is that it must involve the public. So the public must be allowed to comment. You can't prohibit criticism. You can prohibit disrespectful comments, but you cannot prohibit legitimate criticism. And then note, public comment may be limited, reasonably limited. Typically at the city council level, that's been 3 minutes per commentor. There are occasions when you get a lot of people commenting on an item, and at the chair's discretion, that time can be limited to a lesser but also reasonable time, 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes, 1 minute, depending on the number of people, in the interest of making sure that everybody's voice is heard. And also note that anybody from the public can request time to speak. So in case they want to just guarantee they get 3 minutes, they can reach out through the chair or the city clerk's office and they'll forward it to the chair and request. Sometimes this happens at the city council level where somebody just wants to make sure that their words are heard, and they will actually schedule a time during open comment to speak. So what is a meeting? And this is a little bit important and I want to make sure that we cover it. But a meeting is any situation involving a majority of the governing body in which business is transacted or discussed. So there are certain types of gatherings or interactions which are prohibited because they create meetings. Meetings of a body like this need to be open to the public and they need to be agendized. And so anytime you do something that is outside of that norm, it creates a problem under the Brown Act and can have, you know, repercussions, including penalties and invalidation of actions. Those things include, and then also criminal penalties depending on what's going on. So those things that are prohibited and may be classified as meetings include serial communications. Commissioner A sends an email to Commissioner B, who forwards it to C, and ultimately you end up having a majority of the commissioners reading the same email and also opining on the same email. That becomes a serial meeting that is not allowed. The same thing would go for, you know, text messages, etc., or notes. A prohibited meeting could include an email. For instance, if Commissioner B wrote an email to all of the commissioners but one saying XYZ, well, that was a meeting and you excluded a commissioner, right? So there are two issues there, but it was a meeting and it should have been held in the open. So emailing everybody is not allowed. Sometimes, if by mistake an email goes out and it has all of the commissioners' information on it such that you can reply all in a go, somebody from our office, Christy or myself, will generally just ping everybody back and say, please do not reply all, so that we can avoid having a prohibited meeting. We've talked about text. It creates the same situation as a serial meeting. And then any situation, it could be a barbecue, it could be a meeting for lunch, it could be a party, it could be a political event where there's more than a majority of people present and business is discussed, is a prohibited meeting. Generally, our office will advise that any situation where you think there's the potential to have a prohibited meeting, you should avoid. So if Commissioner Y says, everybody come over to my house after or just before we discuss this very controversial matter, that's probably going to lead to some discussion about the controversial matter, so you should avoid it. Continuing on what is a meeting.
Raj, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
So I'm hearing it's a majority of the commission. So for example, I wanted to reach out to a commissioner about something. I was hesitant because of this. If it's just one-on-one, is that problematic?
It's not problematic to have one-on-one conversations with commissioners. We just want you all to be cognizant that you don't want to create a serial situation. Say, you know, towards the end of the year, once you've got to know each other and sort of understand each other's priorities, there are, you know, there's a subcommittee of 4 of you, right? And you all discuss something and then one person, 2 people in the subcommittee decide that they want to go talk to other people about the same thing. Well, that's become 6, right? So we just ask, that is not prohibited, but we ask that you be cognizant of the situation that it can create. If there is a situation where you would like some information, I would always advise that you go through the secretary of the commission or the staff liaison from the Parks Department and ask them to get that information for you. And what will generally happen is all of that information will then be provided to everybody at the same time so that everybody has the information and we can put it on the record. But yes, to answer your question in shortly, that is not prohibited, but we do caution that you use that authority wisely.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
So there are special laws regarding social media just as of last year, and I think effective as of January 1. AB 992 prohibits communications on internet-based social media platforms. And I know a lot of you are involved in other organizations, and I know that you guys also are involved on social media. So just some things to be cognizant of as they pertain to the Parks Commission. Things that are not permitted. You can't directly respond to posts or shared by other members. You know, obviously if I'm a commissioner and I post a picture of my cat, another commissioner can like that picture because it's about my cat, right? But if you're posting about, you know, XYZ project that's important to you, other commissioners should not be posting, replying, posting, liking, etc. of that post. Likewise, you should not be commenting. Sorry, did somebody have a question?
Yes, I wanted to ask a quick question. What about when you as the commissioner wish to inform the public, because you know there are members of the community that have an interest on the topic, to kind of keep the community informed?
Did Commissioner Barraza freeze?
Yes, he did.
I'll answer the question. I think the way he's going is yes. So we'll get to that, but I'll answer it now. So what things that are permitted include answering questions from the public. If somebody asks, hey, when's the next Parks Commission meeting? You can certainly answer that. Say, hey, when is the Parks Commission going to be considering the definition of highest needs neighborhoods? You as commissioners have the full authority to respond and say, you know, on October 13th, we'll have our next meeting where this will be on the agenda. Obviously, you want to make sure it's on the agenda. You don't want to be providing all false information, but you can do that. You can also provide any other information that's already readily available through the commission to the public. And then lastly, you can solicit information, including Commissioner Barraza, like you're saying, you can write, hey, on October 13th, we're going to be having a hearing on highest needs neighborhoods. If this is something important to you, be sure to show up. That's perfectly fine for you to do as a commissioner. What should probably be avoided is, I think highest needs neighborhoods are XYZ. You should show up and voice your opinion if you agree. That would get into the realm of you having biased communications and creating bias on the commission. So just some nuances there. Again, if you've got specific questions, feel free to reach out. Our job is to answer these questions, as hard as it is sometimes, and we will help as we can. Moving on, there are certain exceptions to the open meetings laws that require meetings to be open to the public. Permissible gatherings, including social and educational gatherings. Sometimes the League of Cities will put together conferences where commissioners from various commissions or bodies can come and be educated. If a majority or more of you were to gather there, it would likely not be an issue. Social gatherings, again, be cognizant of what kind of social gathering it is, and most importantly, do not discuss commission business. And then closed sessions, which don't apply to you, but they do apply to the city council. So other permissible communications, any attorney-client communication, any one-way communication by staff or with staff, and individual contacts by officials with staff or colleagues, as to answer Dr. Aputa's question. Now moving on to the agenda. And Commissioner Barraza, earlier in today's meeting, I did chime in, and I'm gonna sort of relay that through this section of our presentation. So under the Brown Act, it requires that the public be informed of the time and the issues to be addressed by the public body. So you need to include the time of the meeting and a brief description of every item that's going to be discussed. And then there has to be included a time for public comment. So If a commissioner wants to include something as a timed item that should be considered or brought up in the public, then a good thing to do would be to agendize that matter. And it could be anything from a project to, a specific discussion about XYZ. So it's important that we agendize things just so that the public knows that that when they show up, or if they choose to show up, XYZ is going to be considered. What is not permitted is to discuss things that are not on the agenda generally. And so you have to include a brief description. And the reason for all of this is to provide the public with an ability to monitor and participate in governmental decision-making. Lastly, enforcement. So the consequences of violating the Brown Act include decisions being considered null and void, criminal sanctions for intentional violations that it can include time in jail, injunctive relief for violations and from future violations. And lastly, it can also lead to you having to provide the prevailing party, i.e. whoever challenges the action, with attorney's fees. Attorney's fees can be in the hundreds of thousands and go up. Obviously, nobody wants to do jail time. So these are very, very serious things. So I encourage you all to sort of pay attention. If there's any chance that there's a question in your mind, before you act, I encourage you to reach out to our office so we can avoid any backpedaling or sort of trying to clean things up after the fact. And now we're going to move on to just some takeaways. As a public official, you are a representative of the people. The people have entrusted you to manage governmental affairs in an accessible and transparent manner. The Brown Act is intended to help you know how to accomplish the above. So if you haven't already, I encourage you to explore the Brown Act a little bit more. We sent out some resources previously, and I am intending to send out some more resources to the entire commission. Christina will be getting that email out in the next few days. And that is it for the Brown Act. We're going to now move on to ethical considerations. Does anybody have any general questions about the Brown Act?
I had a question, but a comment. This is so timely for me because there was a Facebook post by some folks at your former government officials, and they mentioned Measure P, and I kind of wanted to respond, but I was hesitant. So this is really, really helpful. Thank you.
I'm glad it's helpful. And yes, do not respond.
Raj, when we
Yes,
when we speak to the city attorney, are we able to invoke attorney-client privilege?
Right. So you
Yes.
as members of the commission are clients. The commission is our client. So as individuals, we will, your conversations with us are attorney-client privileged.
Okay.
Sorry, I have 3 screens. And so if I look odd, it's because I'm moving things around, and I apologize.
Raj, what about, just to echo John's question, what about speaking to city elected officials and also city staff?
Sorry, who asked the question?
Mayor, can you see me?
Oh, Commissioner Bank. Okay. So to the extent that you're speaking to elected officials, they are not a commissioner on the commission. The city council is actually the body that you are advising. So in terms of function, your function is to advise them if you've got specific questions and you've reached out to a council member. Generally speaking, that would not be prohibited. Again, I caution you to do all of that because your role is to be a liaison between the city council and the public. And one of the charges of this commission is to have hearings and gather public comment. And so the information really is intended to flow from the public up, not necessarily down. But if that does happen, let us know and we can have a more in-depth conversation about what you're considering or what is happening. And then maybe we can provide a more specific answer to the question. Does that make sense, Commissioner Vig?
Yeah, so another question is, let's just say I see a city staff who works for Parks and Recreation, right? And I happen to see them and they came up to me and say, hey, I know you're on the commissioner, X, Y, and Z, this is what's happening. Are we able to speak to the city staff, or should we route them back to the city manager or the city director of parks? I mean, because sometimes you sit in commissioner and then you're new and everyone's like, she's new, she's on there, and they have some concerns they want to address to us. I see that happen.
I think absolutely that is your job, is to listen to people. So if somebody is voicing opinions to you, take them in, definitely. And then, you can bring them up if you would like to the entire commission and open during your commissioner comments, or you could, do some more investigation through staff. As we've discussed, you can have one-way communications with Parks Commission specific staff. That's the liaison. And then, through the clerk, you can ask questions as well. Through our office, you can ask legal questions. But yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes there's some murkiness because, individuals who work for the city are still members of the public. And for instance, if somebody that works for the city wants to come and comment, they may need to say, I work for the city, but this is my personal opinion and I want to share it with the commission. And so just because you work for the city doesn't mean you can't have an opinion, and that you cannot share that with your public representatives, including your council members and your commissioners. So I would say certainly listen. What I would say is the fine line is providing your input and comment. So, because I think that's the advisory portion where you all come together to make an advisory decision. Shall we move on to ethical considerations? Okay, so there are a few more slides than the first part of the presentation here. Is everybody alive? Please give me a thumbs up. Almost everybody. All right, cool. Thank you. All right. So ethical considerations. I actually had two presentations and I just put them in one slideshow. So this is Ethics 101. We're going to be going over personal financial interests, personal advantages and perks, transparency laws, and the fair processes laws. So first, we're going to go over personal financial interests. So the purpose of these laws is to promote public trust that public officials will act in the public interest as opposed to their own interest. As a public official, you should not benefit financially from your position. Your personal financial interests should not be a factor in your decision-making. These are certainly things that would sound like they're just general propositions, but it's important for all of us to be reminded from time to time of our roles. So personal financial interests are going to be covered in a number of different categories here. We're going to talk about the Political Reform Act, which is the state's personal interest law. We're going to be talking about Government Code 1090, which is the contracting conflicts law. That doesn't generally apply to this commission, but it could, and we'll go over that very briefly. There are some laws regarding prospective employers. Very briefly, we'll touch on that. Misuse of public funds, we'll touch on, and then finally bribery. We will not talk about mail fraud because you probably will never be involved in that on this commission. So the Political Reform Act of 1974 was actually created by state initiative. So the voters put it into place. And the general rule is that public officials shall not make, participate in making, or attempt to influence a governmental decision in which they have a financial interest. So who's a public official? We've gone over this quite a little briefly, but you all are public officials, including the electeds and then designated employees of the city. Under the Political Reform Act, officials should perform duties solely in the public's interest, not for their own financial gain. So personal interests are disclosed generally, and I know that this commission has been asked to do the Form 700s. You all should have done them already, and if you have not, you should. The Form 700 is a financial disclosure form that you fill out once you've taken office, and then again annually. And the clerk's office is really good about pinging people to make sure that you do them. They will come after you in a nice way, but they'll get you to fill it out. And they're signed under penalty of perjury. And they generally disclose your real property holdings, your investments, your employment within the city, etc. So under the Political Reform Act, there are 4 questions to ask before determining whether or not you've got a conflict. The first one is, are you participating in a decision? Secondly, will the decision affect your personal financial or economic interests? Third, is the effect of your economic interest reasonably foreseeable and material? So number 3 is, do you have an interest? But number 3 is the interest real? Is it, an actual interest? Is it material? Because sometimes it's de minimis. I'll use a planning commission example. Say there's a huge development going in Sunnyside and you happen to live in Sunnyside. That necessarily doesn't benefit you personally just because there's a development going in Sunnyside, just because you live in Sunnyside. You could live a mile away, right? But if you live right next door to the development, your property values are likely to go up. So in that case, in a planning commission situation, because you're right next to it, there are certain requirements that you would have an interest that would disqualify you, so then you would not be voting on that development, for instance. So that's the materiality versus immateriality section of it. So lastly, the last question is, does an exception apply? And generally exceptions will not apply, and we'll go over them very briefly. So under the Political Reform Act, economic interests include business interests, real property, your sources of income, and then your personal financial interests. Material economic interests include any interest in the public official's own personal finances or those of immediate family members. So that could be your son, daughter, husband, wife, father, mother. Immediate family members who may stand to gain could create a little bit of a cloud on your decision. And so under the Political Reform Act, you would be disqualified and you would be required to disclose, etc. So there are some exceptions that apply. That's the public generally exception. And that applies in situations like the example that I used for the Planning Commission. You live in Sunnyside. Sunnyside is getting a brand new development. It's huge. It's beautiful. There are many things that are going in. And it's going to be great for the area. But it benefits you who live a mile away, just like it benefits everybody else in the area, right? So that's the public generally exception. It doesn't apply to you specifically. Same goes for the legally required exception. If something is legally required, then it's an exception and you do not have to worry about it. A brief example of a planning commission. Bakersfield City Council member Bob Smith was fined $3,000 for speaking before the Bakersfield Planning Commission regarding the approval of Smith Tech USA's application on behalf of a client. Again, going back to Commissioner Vang's sort of question a little bit, the involvement of the City Council at this commission, or your involvement at this commission, if there's anything that can personally benefit you, it behooves you to just disclose, disqualify, and typically leave the room. And we'll talk about that too. So what if you're disqualified? We just got to the slide. Disclose it at the open meeting. And the law as it currently states, it was modified about 1.5 years ago, actually requires that you disclose the specific interest. So you would say, I live next door to this development. I'm within so many feet of it, and therefore I am disqualified. I'm providing a disclosure. I'm now going to recuse myself from the conversation and the vote, and I am going to leave the room. And at that point, before the conversation happens, you disclose and you recuse yourself from the vote and you leave the room. The discussion occurs, and then you come back after the vote has been taken or the action has been voted on, etc. And the reason for that is so that your presence cannot influence others, whether it's members of the commission or members of the public to speak, but it doesn't influence others, so that you're not using your position on this board to unduly influence others, period. On Zoom, what will generally happen is you'll be placed into a waiting room. When we're meeting in person, you would actually physically get up from the dais and leave the room, and then you would be called back after the meeting resumes. It doesn't preclude you from listening in on the conversation. You just can't be in front of the camera and participate. Any questions there? Okay. So we're going to move on to the Government Code 1090 conflict. This generally only applies when you're approving contracts, and it's a self-dealing prohibition. Obviously, as a member of a decision-making body, you can't approve a contract or advise approving a contract that directly benefits you. Typically, this commission is probably not going to be approving contracts or recommending approval of specific contracts, so it likely will not apply. However, keep it in your back pocket in case it comes up or you see it on a different board, public body. Bribery. Public officials may not solicit, receive, or agree to receive a benefit in exchange for their official action. I think we can take a poll, but I'm pretty sure you all understand that bribery is bad. So please do not engage in bribery. It's punishable by prison time, restitution fines, loss of office, and then also attorney's fees. Penalties generally, you can, if you violate any of these laws, include invalidation of the decision. There is also criminal misdemeanor that can be found. You can be fined $10,000 or greater per violation, or there are certain situations in which treble damages apply. Bottom line, just be careful. We'll talk about perks briefly. So the principle is your status as a public servant and access to public resources should not afford special privileges to you. Again, it sounds like a gimme, but let's be reminded. The purpose is that the no perks laws are intended to promote fairness, responsibility, and trustworthiness in you by the public. There are two kinds of perks. There's from me to you, and there's also from me to me, right? So you don't want to provide anybody perks. You don't want to provide yourself perks. You don't want anybody providing you perks. And the first one is vice versa, from me to you or from you to me. Perks can include, hey, Commissioner Miller, let's go to the football game and discuss the status of the park next door to the football stadium. And I'll treat you to dinner and I'll fly you there and then we'll go to a rock concert afterwards. That is a perk. You're not allowed, and I just used you because you were right in the middle of my screen. But that would be a violation of the law against self-dealing. So personal use of public resources is prohibited. We're moving on to your use of city materials, facilities, staff time. Because you guys are on this commission, you do have certain privileges. You can call in and you can ask for information about items. You can probably even ask staff to, get information that's not necessarily as readily available online. Just be careful about how many resources you're eating up for your personal benefit. It's different if you're doing it for city business on the commission. And for that, I think, it's fair game. You guys are here for a reason. Use all the resources you need to fulfill the obligation which you have been sworn in to fulfill. But just be cognizant that once that fine line is crossed, then it becomes very murky territory and can lead to violations. Misuse of public funds. Gifts of public funds are prohibited. You typically will not be gifting public funds, but you are advising that funds be allocated in a certain manner. So this is very pertinent to you all. This occurs when unauthorized it's not authorized and it's not for a public use is one situation. But it's also a situation where you are deciding without necessarily considering all the merits to provide public funds to somebody. And again, this is one of those situations where the personal benefit to you is not incidental. Misappropriation of public funds. This applies to public officials handling public funds. This is you guys. It prohibits misappropriating public funds for the personal use, including loans, falsifying and destroying accounts, failing to properly transfer funds. Now, at this level of specificity, this commission should not be impacted by these laws. But again, keep it in your back pocket in case it ever comes up. And the penalties are also severe for this. Group 3, transparency laws. We pretty much went over these. These are the Brown Act laws. Do assume all information will become public. Under the Brown Act, we talked about agendizing things, having serial meetings. Just assume that everything you talk about in relation to the commission, somebody is going to have the ability to listen in on or challenge later on. And I think you'll be safe. Don't discuss city business with fellow decision makers outside of meetings. That's our general advice. And this goes to, I think, Commissioner Oputa maybe asked this question, whether you can discuss things with an individual fellow commissioner, you can. But again, assume that all information will become public if you have conversations. So keep it wholesome. We'll skip the Public Records Act. Just remember that dance like no one is watching, email like it may one day be read aloud in a deposition. It goes back to the assume all information will become public. I just like this quote, so I put it in here. Very lawyerly. Okay, group 4, fair process laws. The principle is that decision makers should be impartial, unbiased, and avoid favoritism. And I think this sums up most of today's presentation. You're here as a unbiased liaison, a person who is communicating between the council and the people and providing recommendations after you've listened to what the people have to say. So if you're unbiased in your listening, then you can provide a more holistic recommendation that takes into consideration all of the perspectives to the city council, which is in part why this commission has been created. In application, meetings must be open to the public and citizens must have notice and an opportunity to be heard so that you can then, make decisions in a unbiased and also informed manner. Common law bias. Sometimes we get questions about whether or not something is allowed or isn't allowed. And there is no statutory prohibition. But what I want you to keep in mind is that there is case authority that prohibits even the appearance of impropriety. So this slide, if you think something is not right, for instance, if you just had dinner and dessert and you want to have a cookie, but you think that your parents may disagree, but you think, hey, I'm still hungry, maybe I should, err on the side of safety and don't eat the cookie. If you think that it's questionable and it will look bad, do not do it. You may not be tempted by a significant personal interest. Disqualification is required even if there's no conflict of interest under other state laws. So this is sort of like, it's called common law bias, but it's really common sense bias. If it looks bad, there is a likelihood that it can be declared illegal, and all of the penalties and jail time, et cetera, that we've discussed could be something that becomes a real issue if even common law bias is found by a court, or if somebody charges you or the commission with common law bias. I will review the doctrine of, we're going to switch gears very briefly. I'm going to talk about the doctrine of incompatible offices. It prohibits from simultaneously holding 2 or more public offices whose duties are incompatible with each other. This only applies if you all are on other bodies. Keeping in mind that this is an advisory body, there are situations where incompatible offices, like you can hold another commission position or another position in another city of Fresno body. But if you're in that situation where you've been appointed or there's a question about whether you should be appointed, feel free to reach out and we can look at it specifically. We'll look at what the body is and what it does, and then sort of compare that with what Parks Commission is and does. And if they jive, for lack of a better word, then maybe you can serve on both. But if there is a potential for conflict of interest or conflict generally, then we may advise against it. Ultimately, it's your decision on what you decide to do, but we will advise. So that's the end of my presentation on ethics and then also the Brown Act. Does anybody have any questions? And if you have a very specific situation that you want to discuss about, that's got some facts involved, feel free to reach out to Christy or myself, and we will we can have a conversation or we can respond via email. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to stop sharing now and hand it back to the chair.
Thank you, Raj, for all that very helpful and informative information.
It was a lot of information, and I'm sorry that it was so dense. This is actually generally a 2.5 hour training. So, keep that in mind. Thank you.
I'm quite sure if myself or any of the commissioners have any questions, we will be reaching out to you. So thank you for that. We will now move on to 7B, workshop on Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission's role in the budget process. Will the city attorney's office please begin the workshop?
I will do that right now. Let me get my PowerPoint up.
Thank you.
And then, okay, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, and can everybody hear me? I know I had some sound issues at our last meeting. We're good? Okay,
That sounds
great.
good.
My presentation is not as in-depth as Raj's, so it won't be that long. But I did want to take an opportunity to address the commission, since we are quickly heading into the tail end of the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget process. And I know that you all came in at the very late or tail end of that. And so I wanted to make sure that you were looking forward to the 2022-2023 process and what that will look like for you as commissioners. Okay, so the commissioner role is stated in the Fresno Municipal Code, which we have given you a copy of and you can find online. It does distinguish between the Parks Department budget, so Parks, After School, Recreation, and Community Services Department budget, versus the Fresno Clean and Safe Neighborhood Parks Transaction and Use Tax, or what we call Measure P budget, okay? You do have a role in both of those budgets, but they look just a little bit different because of the FMC. So FMC 7-1509E1 says the commission shall have primary authority on behalf of the city to conduct hearings and receive public input on allocations related to this ordinance, updates to the Parks Master Plan and Cultural Arts Plan, which we spoke about at the last meeting, and something that you are charged with, and the annual Parks Department budget and capital improvement plans, and make recommendations to City Council, okay? And I have a couple of slides at the end that will show you kind of the differences between these things. E2, you also have primary authority on behalf of the city to review city staff recommendations for budget allocations related to this ordinance to ensure consistency with the ordinance and an expenditure plan. And the expenditure plan is also in the FMC. This is where we talk about buckets of money and how that breaks down. So I encourage you to make sure that you familiarize yourself with the expenditure plan and make recommendations to City Council for adoption of expenditure plans in connection with the annual budget process and any amendments there too. So amendments is kind of a key word in there as well when it comes to Measure P funding. Okay. The commission also, when it comes to budget items, you have primary authority on behalf of the city to review the controller's annual independent audit of the Clean and Safe Neighborhood Parks account. Okay, so Measure P funding, and ensure that a complete accounting of all expenditures each year is published and posted on a publicly accessible website. So the annual budget and what that looks like, or the audit, I mean. So for so long as any proceeds of the retail transaction and use tax remain unexpended, the city controller shall cause a report to be prepared by an independent auditor and filed with the city council no later than December 31st of each year, stating, 1, the amount of retail transaction and use proceeds collected and expended in the prior fiscal year. So when it comes to number 1, the first time you're going to see that part of an audit wouldn't be until December 2022, because there have been no retail, or there's been no tax collected in the prior fiscal year, okay? Tax is supposed to be starting July 1st. So we will be in the new fiscal year. Okay, number 2, the status of any projects or description of any programs or services funded from proceeds of the retail transaction and use tax. You may get a report in December 2021 if any of the taxes from July 1st on are in fact expended. So, and staff will, let me see if I can go back. We'll make sure to keep you up to date on whether Measure P money is expended before December 31st, 2021. Okay.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? Because it sounded like a contradiction to number D1 here.
Right. So you'll have a report, the amount of retail transaction and use tax proceeds collected and expended in the prior fiscal year. Okay, so right now you won't see anything with related to that because that we would be talking about taxes that were collected in 2021 fiscal year, not 21-22 fiscal year. Okay, so the first time you would see the amount of tax proceeds collected and expended would be December 22nd. And I understand what you're saying as far as the December 21st, but we're looking forward. So now we're talking about taxes that we are expending within just expending. Does that make sense? So if we collect taxes after July 1st, 2021, and we start expending it, you are entitled to that report.
In December 2021.
Correct. Okay. So I wanted to give you kind of like what this looks like. Despite Raj's mention that you work from the ground up and report to the city council, I went down, so don't be thrown off. But for the Parks Department annual budget, so we're not talking about Measure P funds, this is the general fund budget. You are going to conduct hearings and receive public input on that annual Parks Department budget, okay? You are also going to review staff recommendations for annual Parks Department budget, and then you'll make recommendations to the City Council for that budget, okay? Pretty simple. Measure P is where it changes for you. So Measure P, you're still going to conduct those same hearings and get public input related to Measure P funds. You're still going to review city staff recommendations for budget allocations related to the expenditure plan and the ordinance. You're still going to make recommendations to City Council for adoption of expenditures. But also any amendments there too, meaning if during the budget process funds were allocated somewhere and after the budget has been adopted, the Parks Department or City Council or anybody wants to reallocate money that has previously been budgeted, that would go to you for consideration and recommendation to City Council for Measure P funds. And then you also get to review the controller's annual independent audit of the Measure P funds. So there won't be an independent audit for you to review of the Parks Department budget, but the Measure P funds budget, there will be. Okay.
I have a question.
Sure.
So after we conduct hearings and receive public input, the next graphic here is review staff recommendations. Can you talk about what we do with the information that we get from the hearings and the public input? Because I would assume that would result in the recommendations, right?
So this is where you as the commission get to kind of decide what that process looks like. It doesn't, working with staff and with the city manager's office, because the FMC does not provide a specific plan for what that looks like. It just gives you certain charges and duties that you have to fulfill. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So then my last screen, because I know that from the last meeting, and I'm sure from all of your roles in the community for the past however many years, you probably have some ideas of things that you feel that the commission should consider when they're considering making recommendations to City Council. So we have a commission member proposal and how that process for the commission consideration and what that process looks like. But again, the FMC does not provide a process for that. So that's where you as a commission get to decide what that looks like. And so this may be a situation where you want to have a little, subcommittee come up with that process for you.
Are you talking about the process to allocate funds?
No, the process for an individual commission member to bring forward an idea for the commission consideration.
Okay.
I actually appreciate that very much. This is Commissioner Cummings, and I actually brought forth a proposal for consideration, but wasn't actually sure how to bring it forth. So I directed it towards our chair, and I believe, because we're also in this time constrained position, I looked at the agenda item has to be 7 days in advance, but this is actually very relevant for those of us who have kind of a specialty knowledge of something that's related to the work that we're doing that we would like to discuss with other commissioners. So thank you for clarifying that. And I hope we can establish this process as soon as possible.
Excellent.
I'd like to ask a question, please.
Sure.
In regard to the making of recommendations to the city council, I checked the bylaws to see whether the chair of the commission is the one that would actually help make those presentations to the council and answer questions and all that. But I noticed that the way we wrote the bylaws, it says that city staff is the one that would present them. I kind of feel more, and that's something that perhaps we could discuss at a later time. But the question is, that's possible that we amend the bylaws, right? And we make, if the majority of the commission wanted to have a process where the chair or a person designated by the commission should be involved when those presentations are made to the council, because I think we probably have, with all due respect to our wonderful city manager and our director of parks, I think that sometimes there's probably more other considerations when the commission makes recommendations to the council that a commissioner will probably have more insight as to why that happened. Anyway, that's just an observation.
So if I may, if you look at page 6 of the bylaws, reports to city council, it does say that it would be done by, I believe, city staff, although the chairperson has the option to present on behalf of the commission, and in their absence, then the vice chairperson could present to city council. So the opportunity is there.
Good. So the option is available. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay, then I told you, short and sweet.
Well, thank you for that. It was really short and sweet, but it was very informative. I'm quite sure once it all sinks in, if we have any more questions, we will reach out again. So thank you for that. We will now move on to item 7C, a workshop on parks projects, Bulldog and 6, and Pilbo's Park improvements. Will staff please begin the workshop?
Thank you, Chair. Share my screen. Okay, can everyone see the first slide? Perfect. TJ Miller, Director of Parks and Recreation, and with me this evening co-presenting is Aaron Aguirre, our Assistant Director in Parks, and Scott Mosier, our Director of Public Works. So you'll find through this presentation Parks and Public Works work in concert through all of our projects in terms of project management and construction management. So this is going to be a brief overview of the process for most park projects and what type of a time frame and the steps that they go through. So typically one of the first steps in any case, whether it's a council member bringing forth a project or somebody from the community or one of our own staff that identify a need, is we define and identify what is it that we want to do. Are we wanting to refurbish a soccer field? Do we want to put in a tot lot? Are we looking to improve a pool, put in a splash pad? What is the actual project? So that's the very first step, is you're identifying what and where you want to do this. And then we go through a process depending on the type of project that it is, with community engagement, ensuring that if it's something where we're replacing an existing amenity, we have our community meetings to get input. If it's a new park, there's an entire process for community engagement throughout the whole process. Once we know exactly what type of project is being proposed, we do an estimate of the project cost. This won't be as defined as when we get further into the process, but we do have to have that opportunity to look at the scope and have an estimate on what is the going rate, what will it take to put a splash pad in at this park. And just to kind of illustrate this particular step, what happens is the Parks Department will put in a form, and it goes and it scopes the project, and then we'll then go to our Public Works, Construction Management and Facilities team. And they will go out and they will get that estimate and send it back to us so that we have a very good idea of what type of costs we're looking at. Our next step is identifying the funding source. And I do just want to pause for a moment that this is the order in which you could have a successful project go through. Unfortunately, just through life and how things happen, sometimes number 2 and 3 get they're out of order, and that's where you'll see when we highlight some of our projects that it does stall the project a bit. But once we identify our funding source, we have an estimated cost, we have community engagement, we know what type of project we're going to do, then we move forward in the next stage, which is the design phase. In many cases, we have to get design engineers to either build out, identify what all we're going to need, what type of construction contracts are we going to be moving forward with, or are we going to self-perform? There are very few items that Parks self-performs, more on the Public Works side, but the majority of our projects are large in nature and they are outsourced to our to consultants and construction companies. Through this phase, we also go through the bid process to get, we have very strict guidelines in terms of going out to bid. There's an entire process. This phase, we're dealing with our finance department, Public Works, and Parks. The 3 of us are all engaged at this point, and a lot of times we'll even get in with the planning department on number 4, but they really come into it in the 5th and 6th phase. So once we're in the pre-construction phase, we're going through all of the bids, we're getting the consultants on board, we're getting everything approved through council. Even if a project is approved at step 1, I'd like to do a splash pad at this park, and it gets approved through council. We go through the process before we can get our consultant, our construction company on site to do the work. We do have to take those contracts to council, back to council, to use those allocated funds. So we go back to council, and then once we are approved, then we go into the construction phase. Our Public Works department oversees the construction phase of all of our projects, and through regular communication, they communicate through to the Parks Department, and then we jointly communicate with our council members on their projects. And then once we have a completed project, we move into an ongoing maintenance phase. And I believe we spoke of this a little bit at our last meeting, but Parks is currently going through a transition where the ongoing maintenance, there's a lot of those maintenance tasks that are shifting to the Public Works Department, still through working in conjunction with Parks, because our custodial and operations are at those sites, but Scott's team is actually going to be doing the maintenance.
Could I ask a quick question in regard to the implementation of capital projects? And that means everything from the start of the definition of the scope to the process of construction, design, and all those things. Who's responsible for monitoring the schedule of the projects and to make sure they're completed timely? And now that we're adding so much money from Measure P, will that department add some staff to accommodate the additional burden of more projects, more capital projects?
Very good question. Once we have our project defined and we've identified funding, Scott will typically identify a project manager, and that individual will create the timeline, and they will be the point person for that project. And I'll let Scott speak to the staffing component.
All right, thank you, TJ, and good evening. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. So as far as that accountability, and it really goes twofold. One, specific to those projects, it's both our project manager's job and my job as director for the department to ensure that we're on time and on budget. But then Parks, under TJ's leadership, really, and Aaron's team, really looks at the total program and prioritization, and keeping the entire package of those park projects moving forward. In terms of staffing, we do have a talented group of project managers who are in place and who are able to deliver the projects that are in the pipeline. As the commission heard during a previous meeting, we had a number of projects really lined up in the queue, underfunded or waiting for construction funding, and that team is able to deliver those. Certainly, as Measure P, the revenues come in, we identify additional projects and expand that workload. We may be coming to you with a proposal to expand and enhance the capacity of that project management team.
Thank you, Scott. And then Parks has a project administrator that oversees all of the projects. So we probably have more than 50 projects in the queue at any one given time. And the best way to think of what the project administrator does is that they are communicating with all the project managers, and they're the individual that helps us seamlessly move from each of these steps. So there's teams that are working in each of the steps to get us to the next step. And the project administrator ensures that it doesn't just get stuck and stay in phase 5 and isn't moved to number 6. They keep it moving through the process. And that is also an area where we're looking to see how we can add capacity, and we'll be most likely moving forward with requesting additional support in that area as well.
So TJ, how many, if you know this answer offhand, how many parks right now are stuck in a design phase, if we have any stuck in a design phase?
I do not know that number off the top of my head, and that's something that we can get for you.
Okay, because it seems like a lot of parks or projects are just sitting and they haven't been moved and pushed through. So I'm just wondering how many park projects are waiting to be implemented, because it seems like it might be a lot.
If we can get the breakdown, we do have that. I just don't have that at the top of my head. And in that design phase, there are a lot of components, and Scott can chime in this area, but this is also where we're looking at our CEQA is occurring in this phase. We have our environmental studies. This is a lengthier phase. Once we get that funding and we're moving forward, this is this is a spot where it takes some time where you don't physically see progress like you would in the construction phase, but we can get that for you.
But if I have another question too, if during a city hearing or a city council meeting or a budget hearing, if there is a motion made to allocate so many dollars to a project and it hasn't been moved yet, what's the reason for the holdup?
A lot of times there's typically two reasons that I've seen in my time in parks. They actually are getting stuck in terms at number one, the project doesn't have a clearly defined scope. And then between 2 and 3, the amount that was allocated is insufficient to complete the project. And that all boils down to a well-articulated project. Then we can go and get a very, a more accurate estimate, and then ensure that we have the appropriate funding. And then if we did overfund it, then we manage that. If we underfund it, then we're going back to identify a smaller amount. But in many cases, there isn't the allocated funds aren't matching the project scope. And so that's an area of opportunity where I think that we'll be able to make a lot of forward progress on. And we already have through this budget process.
So one more question. Is there some type of updated assessment that you keep of all parks, so when money is being motioned by city council to do an upgrade or to do some type of shade structure in a park, that they're allocating the right amount so that park project won't just be stuck in limbo?
Are you asking if we have
how often is assessments of parks being done? Because it seems like if there was an assessment of parks being done on a regular basis, park projects wouldn't be sitting in limbo because they're underfunded. Their ask was underfunded.
Yeah, I see. Okay, we're going to the question. Actually, that is something that we are bringing WRT on board to update our parks master plan. And one of the tasks in their scope for their initial project is to do a thorough assessment of all of our parks.
Did I understand right, Ms. Mosier, that you're not planning to add new people, even though you're getting a lot more funding, and you have, and our chair rightfully points out, we have park projects waiting that haven't been implemented? That sounds to me like there should be a strategy to how to get the projects moving and implemented.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, my colleague TJ Miller and I have worked together to identify those potential staffing enhancements, additional positions. I agree with you, Commissioner Barraza, 100% on that. Something that we felt was important was that proposed staffing plan would come before the commission prior to being considered by the city council. So we are working toward that. And honestly, some of that depends upon the priorities and the types of projects that we would implement in terms of the right mix of staffing to add to the city team.
Are there any additional questions before we move?
Yeah, I have just a quick question. So when you're in phase number 3, when you're identifying the funding source and council's allocating money and whatnot, is the goal for those allocations to do design build, or is it more phased where you might allocate so much to design, do the pre-construction phase of this park, and then another allocation later on when you have a better sense for, because projects always, it seems to me, tend to cost way more than you estimate towards the beginning. So how does the department address that as we're looking at allocations?
That's a very good question. Thank you. Very often the amount that is made in a motion for, and just a very made up example, I motioned 200,000 to put a splash pad in. Just say that was a motion. And then we would take a look at it and we would have this sense that 200,000 is not going to be able to complete this project. And we would identify what would it take to do that first section, the design phase. And we would go back to the council member and say, we can do the design only. And so we would identify it as design only and let them know we will most likely need to come up with another 800,000 for project completion. Okay. So we have taken underfunded projects and applied that to the first phase. In some cases, even that smaller amount won't cover it. And so we'll try to identify, funds within our department unless it's so astronomical that we need to place it on hold until we identify another funding source. Okay, and then I'm going to hand this over to Aaron Aguirre to talk about a specific project, kind of thinking of the phases that we just went through and talking through our Pillabos turf rehabilitation project.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. Aaron Aguirre, Assistant Director here in the Parks Department. So those of you familiar with Pillabos Park, this is on actually Lane Avenue between Willow and Winery, just south of Kings Canyon. It's a soccer complex. You have 4 soccer fields, probably built in the, I'm going to guess here, Scott, probably the mid 2000s, early 2000s. As you can see on the aerial photo here, it's missing quite a bit of turf. It gets a lot of play. It's a big complex. We have 2 international fields. We have 2 smaller fields, and these are lit soccer fields. So weekends, tournaments, you name it, this park is heavily utilized. So this is a project that was identified for a turf rehab. Turf rehab is just pretty much what it is. We're going in, restoring the turf that was there, but it's not just planting new seed and irrigating it. When we go through that, kind of like TJ mentioned, we have the design consultants, we go through with our landscape architects. One of the first things we do is the irrigation assessment. This is going through the entire distribution system. This is what's delivering the water to each field. In addition to that, the pump system. We have older pumps, we have booster pumps. So we go through and do a full assessment of that. So that turf rehab project actually has a lot of unforeseen or kind of hidden costs. When I say hidden, stuff you're not going to really see. It's all underground infrastructure type costs, which obviously add some dollar figures to this. In addition to that, we make sure we go through, we do a soil assessment. We go through, we take soil samples throughout each field and see what it's lacking in nutrients. So we take it to the testing lab. This allows us, as we're going through that design phase TJ mentioned, to build our technical specs. So we know what soil amendment is going to be mixed into the existing soil to bring in the nutrients to allow that turf to flourish. Also, in part of that plan is the site preparation. We do some aeration, break up the turf. As the folks are running on these fields and playing, their cleats they continue to compact the soil. Water's not able to penetrate down. Water's not able to get down to the root zone, which then again is affecting the overall look and feel of the turf, as you can see here. There's some minor regrading, nothing too major. Just want to make sure everything is graded, it drains. But we do have some crown in some of these fields, which is kind of like a pitch, if you want to think of it as a tent. And that's just so the water can roll off. We're not experiencing flooding in the park. So a lot of that needs to be restored and looked at. So that's where our design consultants come into play with the topos, the grading, the civil plans. And then, once we start getting to that, that's when you'll start seeing all the movement. This is where you have the deliverables, the community sees the fencing going up. You see the turf being kind of turned, or the soil being turned, nutrients being added, irrigation lines being replaced, ripped out. irrigation heads being replaced, pumps going in. This is where a lot of the excitement comes in from the community. At that point, then that allows us to go in and reseed, get the nutrients in there, get the topsoil. The one thing we have a hard time, as soon as the community starts seeing some green grass pop up, they're eager. They're calling our 621-2900 number, asking how quickly can we get out there. And that's one of the things we want to make sure we're protecting the investment. A lot of times you'll see facilities get rehabbed and we don't have the security, we don't have the fencing. So people are getting on there at the wrong times, tearing up the newly established turf. So a lot of that goes into that kind of that seeding phase. And from that point on, once we kind of get to that, you know, we have our contractor, we have our landscape maintenance period. And this is kind of where you really start seeing the park turn. We have a 30-day maintenance period we go through with public work. We have our construction management folks. At this point in time, we're going through the irrigation system, the pump system. We have our specialist from Scott's team looking at the turf. Is it growing correctly? Is it not growing? What's going on with it? At that point, then if everything passes, we move on to the 60-day phase. And same thing, it's under that time, it's maintained by the contractor. The contractor's going through, they're watering it. In some cases, they're mowing it and continue to make sure that it's thriving and is going to be the best product. And then we get to the 90-day, kind of the grow-in period. This is where you'll start seeing it mowed and you start seeing the fencing coming down. And that's where we then as a city accept the project once we pass that final 90-day landscape maintenance period. And then once that happens, as TJ mentioned, that goes to ongoing kind of field maintenance. And with that, it gives us the opportunity to look at, we have a lot of fields, and unfortunately we have a lot of folks who like to play soccer. So with that, we try to work out a plan to give the field some rest. These fields, you think about it, they're getting beat up constantly with cleats, people sliding across them, just, you know, playing soccer. So with that allows us to take a field offline, go through the whole rehab process on a minor scale as far as reseeding, throwing some fertilizer down, getting that turf to kind of reestablish itself. And then that's based on kind of a seasonal approach. We went through one just recently, and I believe we went with a winter rye to get that established. And then as we got to the warmer weather, we then transitioned to a Bermuda, and that's where we're at right now with that one, getting ready to turn that one back online. So a simple rehab project, you can see all the steps that go into it and the time. I know a lot of times, like I said, we'll get the phone calls and we'll get asked the question, well, the grass is green, why can't we get on there? So there's so many different steps and stages that go into a rehab project like this. So this one here has been in the works, and it's something that we're excited to get going on and turn over to the community. This next slide here, as TJ mentioned,
Mr. Aguirre, could I ask you a quick question about the park? This park has been refurbished, I believe, like 2 times recently, and we're going to spend again $700,000. And I believe that if the scheduling, the abuse of this park, if it doesn't stop, we're going to be having to refurbish it in the next 3-4 months again. Part of the problem is the high demand for soccer. And this is an example of what happens to facilities. And I know that Parks and Recreation, the department wants to accommodate as many folks as possible, but we have to have a better management system that allows those fields to rest so you don't have what we see there, which is total dirt. I know you had it on your presentation that you will cycle the use and all that, but that sounds good, but it doesn't get implemented. So when will that start for reals?
And that's something a few years ago that they did try to implement it at Pilibos after rehabbing one of the soccer fields there. Unfortunately, what we see people driving up on the lawn, parking their cars with their lights on so the kids can continue or the adults continue playing. So in that case, we've talked about as a department, again, utilizing security fencing to allow the fields to truly rest. We've turned lights off and that hasn't solved the issue. So I agree 100% with your assessment there on resting these fields. And that's where we'd like to go. I know oftentimes it's not popular with the community to take the fields offline, but that's something that we are looking at, working at getting a plan together for that.
Thank you. And I do want to add Commissioner, that prior to 2019, we had agreements that were in place, and they were started back in 2009, and they were adopt-a-park agreements is what they were called. And a lot of those agreements, unfortunately, gave a false sense to the community that in lieu of helping pick up trash and perhaps a very nominal fee, that there was unlimited use of those fields. All of those agreements have since expired, and so we're no longer operating on that type of agreement. If you have a field use agreement, we're building in the days where the field is resting and your leagues won't be able to play on those fields. It will just be youth can run around on the fields, but no organized play. So we've had a chance to reset. And as horrible as the pandemic and what it has done to our environment, one thing that it has helped is it helped us reset some of these agreements, because we now have an opportunity to go back in now in 2021 with new agreements saying for the field use, Tuesdays and Thursdays are off days, or Monday and Wednesday. So we have an opportunity to help keep our fields green for help them maintain and keep their rest days.
So TJ and Aaron, can I ask a question, since you're using this project as an example, and it's very useful. Can you help us a little bit with the thinking that goes into defining this project in the first place? Again, coming from the outside, I'm curious as to, given the amount of use these fields are going to take, the drought, the heat, why would we not use artificial turf? And I mean, what is the argument going on here where we think, and I believe Commissioner Barraza points out, like, these fields have been refurbished several times in the past. Under those uses and conditions of wear and tear, it seems inevitable the same thing is going to happen. So what is the thinking around this? If you could help me with that.
That is a good question. I'll let Aaron speak to the details, but I do want to let you know that this was originally, actually not the next slide. I'll go to that next slide. The original motion was for, actually, I believe it's the 2020, it was updated for artificial turf, but it was cost prohibitive, and Aaron can speak to also the kind of our environment that doesn't lend well to artificial surface.
Thank you, TJ. Yeah, so the factors that we looked at, obviously water being one of them, just the radiant heat that came off from these fields sitting there baking, that was one of the issues that we heard from some of the soccer folks around there when we did discuss that. And then another item on there was the ongoing maintenance with the constant, the rubber pallets or the sand at the time when we looked at some of the artificial turf, the power brooming. And like PJ said, I think we were, I forget the number, but it just was not in the budget at the time.
So if in 2019, I'm sorry, go ahead, Chair.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, over what time period are we looking at this? Because you could say there's a higher upfront cost, but that the lifespan of what results is going to last longer. The ongoing maintenance is going to be less on a day-to-day basis, et cetera. So what is the time frame when we argue cost? What are we looking at?
I believe that was a grant, and you'll have to excuse me. I've just been with the Parks Department since December, so I'm trying to remember the items there. But I believe that was a grant, and it was over a 10-year span is what they used to measure that.
Okay, thank you.
Question: since it shows here on this slide in fiscal year 2019, there was a motion for $200,000 as a small allocation for maintenance and irrigation projects. But as I'm reading it, it never got done.
Sure, it never got done, but there were 200,000 was part of $1 million allocation, and it was general in nature. So there were projects that were completed in 2019 at that park, they may not have been billed directly against this amount, but there wasn't an absolute definitive motion for the park. So that's where this got stuck. This got stuck in that scoping component. So
But
this
out of the 200,000, yeah. So out of the $200,000 that was allocated, there were smaller projects and smaller repairs that was done at this park that ate up the $200,000. That's what you're saying?
It did not eat up to 200,000. There were, I don't have it right at my fingertips, but there were probably, I'm just going to make a guess, there were probably controllers that were replaced, minor irrigation repairs at that park. So it did not eat up the entire 200,000. There was an amount that was carried over.
Carried over just for this park here?
Yes, it would have been for this park because it would remain in the line item when the council.
But you don't have that dollar amount, correct?
It was carried over, and I'm going to move to the next slide because this shows the FY21 motion. So it had been carried over, and in FY21 there was an additional motion to use 100,000 in CDBG funding for artificial turf at Pillowbow Soccer Park. So the CDBG funding, the annual action plan occurs prior to budget each year. And so if there's a motion made at council, it cannot be considered until the following year because the annual action plan, unless amended, there isn't an opportunity to reprogram those funds. So we double checked with our planning department that oversees the CDBG funding, and there were no funds carried over to substantiate this motion for this budget. So this annual action plan does not have the 100,000. There is 200,000 still in this line item. And then we, so as you can tell in the notes, an informal estimate determined that 300,000 was insufficient for turf rehabilitation and or artificial turf. So Scott and our team assessed the situation, and in order to do a full refurbishment of those fields, it's roughly $750,000. And that's the amount that we proposed forward, $750,000 for that project. And
so that's the ask from the Measure P funds?
Correct.
So there was no money carried over, but it's going to cost $750,000 to do upgrades and irrigation at this park. So the ask is $750,000, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what happened to the funds that were not used in fiscal year 2019?
They were carried over to 2020.
And then what happened to them? They magically disappeared or nothing got done?
No, they were then carried over in fiscal 21. And then for our fiscal 22, they were reallocated into our ask for Measure P out of bucket 1 for existing park capital operations.
Okay, so you're actually asking for $550,000 from the Measure P funds if the $200,000 was carried over? I'm trying to get the math.
Right, no, it was carried over in 21. It was in 22.
Okay.
And in order to complete the project, we will need $750,000 total.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, TJ, I missed that. So to the chair's point, the actual ask from Measure P is 550 because there's already 200,000 and the budget is 750. Is that correct?
The amount that we need is 750,000. It was carried over in fiscal year 21, but for this fiscal year budget, we shifted that into a Measure P request of a total of $750,000.
So pretty much all the park projects have funding allocated from last year's budget. The funding has been swiped out and now they're all asking from the Measure P funds.
Correct.
I don't think that I am very disappointed with this. I think that the Parks Department in the city of Fresno has an obligation to still keep those allocations that were allocated to those parks during budget hearings and whatever other parks that were queued up. Again, like I've been saying, Measure P is a supplement to the Parks Department, is not to supplant it. So any park projects that were already in the queue need to be allocated from the general fund. The Parks Measure P funds are for new and upcoming parks. If you read the measure, I believe there needs to be an equity plan made in the highest needs neighborhoods first before allocation just goes on. I just had to get that out. I'm sorry, maybe it wasn't the right space, but I had to get that out. I apologize for that, but it's just really disheartening that all of a sudden now we got Measure P funds and general fund allocations are not going to be used for these park projects that have been queued up already or have been allocated during budget season.
Hey, Ms. McCoy, Chair McCoy, this is Tommy Escoy, the city manager. Christy, are you on the line still? You're still here?
I'm here.
Okay. Hey, Christy. So I think, Chair McCoy, I'm wondering, do you want to make that a recommendation that you want to submit to the council? I think you said it perfectly.
Yes, I would like to make a recommendation and submit it to council.
Okay, perfect. I think that's what how you described it, I think was perfect. I don't know formally how we would package it, but I think
Madam Chair.
I think it needs to be done as a motion with a second though.
Right, exactly.
Madam Chair, I think that it would be appropriate to have a discussion on this topic, maybe when we start the conversation on the city budget recommendation, because I think the maintenance of effort requirement, we want to know what exactly is that, looking at the Measure P, and then decide what do we recommend to the council. And we should have a discussion on that. And in a sense, we're a little bit out of order because the topic being discussed is a different topic. But I wanted to just add that there are other projects for Pilibos Park. There's an irrigation system in the amount of $40,000. There's also the painting of the bathroom. There's a replacement of the roof, and I'm not sure if those numbers are part of the 700 or they are additional to that number. I just wanted to clarify that. So maybe we should have.
But I think that's a separate issue. If I could, I think Chair McCoy made a very good point, which was a much broader point about money allocated out of the general fund for parks projects that is now being, in essence, withdrawn, and Measure P money is supplanting it. And I don't think, and I tend to agree with Chair McCoy, that's not how Measure P dollars were intended or written to be spent. They were.
So if I could interrupt for just 1 second, sure. If we later on, and this is just procedural, item 7E is to have a second hearing on potential recommendations. And that's when we would make motions for recommendations to city council and stuff. So any motions that we're going to want to make for recommendations to city council, we should wait until we get to 7E. But you can ask the questions and have the conversation. Just procedurally, those motions will come a little bit later.
Thank you. And if you read the measure thoroughly, Commissioner Barraza, and I know you have, it states that 50% of the funds need to be allocated in the highest needs neighborhoods. So there needs to be assessment. And I have requested for the Cal Enviro maps and things like that for us to be able to create an equity plan so we can make sure that we're allocating the funds correctly and to the highest needs neighborhoods.
And I, when we get to that point, I also have questions because it talks about the actual expenditures, and it doesn't even specify whether it's the general fund or is there total expenditures? So we should have that discussion when we talk about the city budget recommendation.
Agreed.
I agree that needs to be discussed.
Agreed.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, we'll go through one more project. Actually, before we go there, we just have the time frames, the timeline and time frame for Pillabos. So we're currently at the first box on this project because as you can see, this was severely underfunded to begin with. So we are, if we receive the $750,000, we'll be working through this project. But at this point, we were stuck at the identified the appropriate funding. So Scott Mosier is going to walk us through the Bulldog and 6th Community Center, which is located in District 4.
All right, good evening again, everyone. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So this, we wanted to provide you with a little bit different example. So here's a project that's very, very well along in the design phase. And as TJ mentioned, at the corner of Bulldog and 6th, that's north of Shaw, west of Cedar in the El Dorado community. And essentially the main project was for the city to acquire an existing building. It had been used as a clinic previously, storage of quite a number of medical records at the site. It had since closed up, and the goal was to acquire the building and then renovate it for use as a community center for this area. TJ, if we could go to next slide. All right, so again, using the same 8 steps in the process, you can see the lines, the strike through. So the project was identified, scoped, that was all completed. The remaining cost on the project are at 1.2 million. And in this case, the funding in place, the city has made a pretty significant investment with the general fund to get to where we are to date. These are really the costs to actually complete and deliver the project. So the proposal is with Measure P to actually deliver this project that does not have a funding source to go beyond where we are today. The design phase has been completed. Local architect Tam ZZ has gone through the planning and building and safety process that many of you are familiar with. And we've done partial construction on the project as well. We've done, and we'll get into that on the next slide. So really pre-construction phase of building and safety, back check, permitting. And so let's look at the budget. So fiscal year 2020, originally this one started as a city council motion. Our former council member, Paul Capriolio, had sponsored the project and had a motion to include $1.3 million of general fund in the budget. That again was not a dollar figure that the departments had developed. That was a council budget motion. And really it was known very early that was not going to deliver a complete community center ready to open to the public, but it was an initial phase of funding. So in that first year, again, council budget motion. So early on, only $25,000 just for some initial startup costs, getting an appraiser on board, doing some property inspection work, and all of that general fund that was carried over to fiscal year 21. So then 21, that fiscal year, then began the real work. 1,274,390 was all appropriated. 876,605 was expended in the year. That went to actually acquire the building, close escrow, With the type of work to be done, we always look at what's the best cost-effective way to perform it. We had a parking lot of that center, and the driveway entrance, also it's an alley shared with this site, and Stone Soup was to be repaved. Our city street maintenance crews do a great job and are very cost effective. So we took on that part of the work to repave the parking lot, restripe it. And then we also went ahead and through our what's called job order contracting. It's where we have contractors who are on board. There are pre-approved, basically at the bid process, they have predefined pricing for all different kinds of work, a complete catalog through the JOC or JOC is the way we often describe that contracting method. So we were able to complete demolition of the interior, gutting of the interior of the buildings, pave the parking lot, the alley, and hire the architect and get all the plans in place. So expended $876,605, and we had $397,795 remaining. Again, we balanced looking at dollars, availability. The proposal for FY22 is $600,000 in Measure P. So we are finalizing the bids. The highest priority for the Parks Department is a rehabilitation renovation of the north building. There are two buildings at this site. Roughly, I want to say between the two, about 9 to 10,000 square feet under the two roof areas. The north building is perfectly suited for youth programming for the immediate area, strong need in the El Dorado community. The south building is a larger open room, also with a kitchen, does not meet ADA, and with the change in use renovation would have to meet ADA, requires an expansion of the restroom. And then with the pandemic situation, that's not been something we could have opened in any case. So priority is to finish the north building, get started on work in the south, and we'll have some remaining costs to finish the south larger open room that could then offer things like a senior hot meals program or larger community events when that's fully permissible. TJ, if we could go to the next slide. I think we missed one other right in there before the question slide.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to pause the sharing and go.
Mr. Mosher, what was the original cost estimate for this project?
Let me add, the original budgeted amount for the first year was 1.3 million.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm asking what the cost estimate was, though. Not what you appropriated, but what the actual, as you outlined the steps to these projects, you guys cost estimate fairly early on in the process, right?
We are extremely close to that estimate. We did not include it on the slide, but we are nearly identical to that initial estimate. If we go back to the slide, we had those prior year expenses plus the 1.2 million is right about where we are on the initial estimate.
Well, as I do the just approximation, it's 1.9 million. So your initial cost estimate was 1.9?
That's very close. It was right between 1.9 and 2 million.
Okay.
So that was one of the challenges as we talked with our former council member on the project was we have these initial dollars. Once we purchase the building and do some of this work, hire the architect, we will not have much left. So it was very much a phased project moving forward. And we have spent the general fund resources that were in place, and now really it's, the city is really looking to Measure P to actually get this community center opened.
I apologize, Scott. I actually think I might have deleted that slide when I tried to bring it up.
Okay, that's not a problem. So overall, schedule-wise, we're essentially partway through construction on the project, and we are paused in that we've completed the parking lot, off-site paving work. We've completed interior demolition of the old dilapidated facilities, and are now really positioned in July to start construction to finish the north building and get that one ready for the public.
So Scott, out of this budget that was presented, there was no funds allocated to this project, correct? Out of the general fund.
And Chair McCoy, correct. The general fund was used in prior years for the acquisition, the design, paving, repaving the parking lot, the alley, and interior demolition to prepare for the renovation phase.
So another question I have, when city council members are asking for funds to upgrade a park in their district, why are they just doing the minimum, just the lease allocation? Why is everything not being considered so the allocation can be significant enough for the project to get completed?
Chair McCoy, I think that's a great question, and I anticipate with the measure and with increasing the staffing capacity and updating the parks master plan for implementation, I would anticipate exactly what you're describing, that there should be these planning level cost estimates in place for facilities citywide. By comparison, let's say in public works in our street maintenance area, you never have a council member say, I want to make a motion for $200,000 to repave this street when it's actually $600,000 in cost. We're able to provide those types of estimates. They have then that as a tool to potentially propose to include in the budget. So we really hope to get there. And I think TJ's team has done a good job, but they simply have not had the resources to develop and look at planning level cost estimates for those types of projects and facilities throughout the city.
So is there like a cheat sheet provided to each council with estimated costs for different things so they can make sure? I mean, that would be helpful.
I would add, we're really doing our best to educate them. Just again, like with splash pads, I feel like the council has a pretty good understanding of the dollar amount it would take to implement a splash pad, as opposed to probably about 4 years ago, there was a budget motion for $250,000 for a splash pad at Vinland Park. That was about an $800,000 project, and no one ever thought it was $250,000. The staff. It was known that it was going to be higher. So that's a real goal, just to help our electeds, help the council know what it's going to take to implement these projects.
Yeah. And some of the challenges is that all parks aren't the same. There are, a council member might not understand, and we may not understand until we get out there and assess the situation, that the irrigation system is actually failing. So it's not just reseeding the turf. We now have to go in and put in a new irrigation system. It could be controllers, or in the case of one recent project, it was the soil. We had to get additional soil brought in and treat the soil. So sometimes it's very hard to understand, and a lot of these things are very costly.
I get it. I just think that in order for us to be able to better the Parks Department and better serve our community, that we shouldn't wait for every 3 years to update our parks master plan and just depend on that. We should be actually doing assessments on these parks every year so we will know where we're at. So if we do have money in the budget to fix something right then and there, I think that we should be able to do that.
Agreed.
How is the Parks Department? I mean, I know we're going to update the Parks Master Plan as one of our initial projects, but this master plan is not 20 years old. You know, our existing master plan, was it approved in 2017, 2018, something like that? Is the Parks Department using, I mean, there's tons of assessments in this document. And I don't know, I watched the budget hearings last week, and it just really felt like just numbers are being thrown out into the air, and it's just going to create frustration immediately. You know what I mean? So are we using the existing plan to help guide these decisions?
We do in the Parks Department use the existing plan. There was a plan for the maintenance structure going into different phases and zones. We're moving towards that for our operational plan. It helps us identify, for example, Quigley Park was one of the parks that was identified as the highest need. That is a Proposition 68 applicant at the moment. We hope to find out in the next 2 months whether or not that is awarded. So it is used. Are all recommended projects supported by the Parks Master Plan? Probably not, but I would say more are than aren't.
And TJ, I would add from the other Parks Master Plan in purpose, a lot of that was both visionary to talk about parks that could be repurposed, and also to capture some of the significant deferred maintenance and significant needs. However, it was not intended to be an exhaustive, comprehensive listing of all of the maintenance needs. For example, in some of the original master plan assessments, there's an asterisk saying there may be issues such as irrigation repairs needed at this park that are not being evaluated at this time. And some of those are very significant, whether it be hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars at certain parks. And that's something that will be in the next step of really that more detailed condition assessment for all of our park facilities.
And one other question. How, if at all, is staff or the council sharing this information with the public? Because I think the average person, doesn't have a sense for all of these steps. You hear your council members say, I want to make a motion for $1 million for this park in my district. And I might think, cool, that park's going to come into play next year. And of course, that's not how it goes. So is that, I guess I'm just throwing this out there and kind of related to something Commissioner Cummings said in one of our early meetings. Maybe that's something that we can help with. I don't know. I just think public education would be really valuable. Just so people are not feeling disappointed, because these things take a lot of time and there's all this money to allocate, but these projects are not going to happen overnight,
Chair McCoy, this is Tommy again. Can I just, that's one of the elements of the Measure P ordinance was every year you guys will prepare a report for council saying status of projects, new projects. You guys will start giving them that, and that'll be part of your process. That'll get public review and comment. It'll then be presented to them. So there is an intent that there is going to be this annual reporting and documentation of where we are on decision making on what to do, reporting back on these things we decided to do, how far are we along, and then what's new has kind of come up and things that we got to pay attention. So that is one of the key elements of the Measure C, is a report from you guys to council to do all this stuff that the public can be aware of. How are you using my money?
Madam Chair, at the appropriate time, I'd like to discuss that section of the Measure P ordinance pertaining to maintenance of effort. What is the requirement? I'm talking about section 7, 1503, item F. And with your permission, at the appropriate time, I'd like to read that section and see if we can get a consensus as to what exactly does that mean, and is that being applied properly?
I think Commissioner Apuda had a question and we kind of skipped over her. So go ahead and ask your question, Commissioner Apuda.
Thank you. No problem. I'm patient. I have a question for Scott about the facility itself. I'm kind of familiar with that area. And I hear you talking about the north building. The graphic that was shown, did it only show a portion of the area? Because I know that there are offices behind the building that you showed. So did you all purchase that whole lot? It's a little confusing for me.
Yes, Dr. Apuda, the city purchased the parcel on the corner, southwest corner of Bulldog and 6th. So it contains 2 buildings with a breezeway in between. So the north building is the one that fronts on Bulldog Lane itself. The south building is the one basically between the breezeway and the drive entering the site.
Okay, so there's another complex behind this. Am I right about that?
Correct. It's
And then I have my bearings right.
Stone Sioux.
I'm not understanding you. Say it again.
Stone Sioux.
No, I'm not talking. Is that where Stone Sioux is? Yes. Yeah.
Yes, we share we share a driveway with
the driveway that comes in. Here's the building you have in Stone Soup is
correct.
West of it.
Yes.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for our presentation? Thank you very much for your attention and your questions. And I'll hand it back to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, TJ, and thank you and Scott for that presentation. I know we had a lot of questions. I'm quite sure more will come up as we go along with this process. So thank you for that, and thank you for your patience answering all those questions for us. We will now move on to item 7E regarding proposed Parks Department budget and capital improvement plans and proposed 2021-2022 Fresno Clean and Safe Neighborhood Parks Tax Expenditure Plan and Commission recommendations to City Council. Staff previously presented the proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 Parks Department budget and capital improvement plans, as well as the fiscal year 2021-2022 Fresno Clean and Safe Neighborhood Parks Tax Expenditure Plan at the June 7th, 2021 meeting. Is there any member of the public who would like to make a comment about the current item we are discussing? You will have up to 3 minutes.
Yes. Gabriel Lozano. Mr. Lozano, you're unmute and ready to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Gabriel Lozano. I'm calling as a community member. I'd like to make a mention of that. In 2018, the Fresno City Parks Master Plan, page 174, in the areas of need discussed, several areas of Fresno were identified as being areas of need because they have either poor condition parks that lack the adequate amenities or lack of community and neighborhood parks entirely. These are areas generally located in the west, central, southeast, northeast of the city. A high concentration of parks in poor condition is found in the south and southwest, while areas in the west and southeast of the city lack recreation centers. Areas in the west, southeast, and northeast of the city lack water features, pools, splash pads, and several parts in the southwest of the city have these facilities but are in poor condition. Areas that lack all the community and neighborhood park amenities are located in the west and southeast and are areas of high population densities. Personally, I was part of a march in I believe 2016 to get 1,500 people to mark for the park project on 2155 South Peach. And over the course of the project, after we got the agreement, which is a capital project, not only a park project, but a capital project, Subsida has received no assistance from anyone other than the city of Fresno paying for the water. Okay, we've had over 10 community meetings, over 300 people have attended. For the project, as I discussed last time, over 800 volunteers, 50 organizations. We have removed debris, pruned, mowed grass, pruned trees, and we've had over 40 of those events. Phase 1 of the park so far has had 120 trees planted with an irrigation of just over a mile, I believe. And then we have a new application for 80 more trees. If you look at any of the park applications, the key is carbon consumption with trees. It leads to all that. And so I think that that's important in these projects. The city was gifted this land in 2006. It was gifted the land to build a park and make reports every other year. It's failed to do that. So in 2000, even earlier than that, we've applied and we got the agreement to adopt that park. Okay, a lot of the problems health-wise are asthma, high rates, early births, poverty, field workers lacking access, poor people, lack of transportation, 30% home ownership, which means people are in apartments. And that means that they have no green area. So this park will serve, it's not only a regional, but it serves a greater area. And there's 10 schools within that area. And so what I like to say is that the other thing I'd like to point out is I agree with everyone in that money for Measure P should be for newer parks, improvement in parks in the areas that are in need, and that parks projects that were talked about before should not be included. They should get not used, like if they had general funds and then you're going to say, well, we'll use Measure P money and take the money back. I don't think that that's right. I think that Measure P wasn't meant for that. The state of California did that with education and it failed. What they
Mr.
did.
Lozano, can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes. So I just support parks. Another thing I'd like to say, if this commission flows from the people to the commission to the thing, I've seen on TV where council members have proposed park sites on TV. So I'm not sure if that's a conflict of interest, but that's already, before the measure, this board was even made, they were making statements. I think that that's not right, influencing the committee before this a board is even formed. And that question goes to the lawyer. And I thank you for your time and I appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano. City Clerk, do we have any more members of the public who would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we do. Patricia, you're up next.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
All right, great. Thank you. My name is Patricia Brown. I've lived in Southeast Fresno for off and on for 31 years, and I'm speaking, asking the commission to allocate $2.5 million from Measure P for the 49-acre soccer and park complex in Southeast Fresno. And also I want you to know that I live 2 blocks from Pillabos. I also want to disclose that my husband is retired from the public works after 32 years. What the SOCITA has done, we have worked tirelessly over the last 5 or 6 years with 600 to 800 volunteers to build this regional soccer complex and park in Southeast Fresno. And as you know, that this laid fallow for 10 years under the city that owns the land. And all the volunteers, along with the National Park Service, have come together and moved it to what I think is almost the design phase. And we are also waiting on a state funding of over $6 million for Proposition 8. But I want to say some things about Pillabos too, is that we have part of our SOCITA thing about the soccer park was to have 5 community meetings. And that included a lot of input from soccer coaches and high-use soccer leagues and people in our neighborhood. And one of the things that the overuse of Philibos that was spoken earlier by the deputy attorney is really so true. But what the public did and these experts did is we had these long discussions about should it be artificial turf or should it be natural turf? And so for phase 1, we already have the architectural plans, and we were part of that adopt agreement, adopt a park with the city of Fresno. And we've also signed with the city of Fresno a 30-year maintenance contract for this project. So this is a project that we volunteers have done an amazing amount to put forward, and we cannot nullify that investment that all the stakeholders have. And I also want to point out that unlike Philibos, our park would be mixed use. So for spectators, a concession stand, a playground, walk trails, potentially even a dog park. So that, and also we'll have these soccer fields to teach young people how to play soccer at an early age, and also regulation things that will actually benefit the whole city, because most soccer players in Fresno, if they really, really, really want to go to competition style things, they have to drive all the way to Modesto, and our poor neighborhoods and opportunities for our kids and doing health is so necessary in Southeast. So I am a big—
Can you wrap up your comments, ma'am, please?
Yes, so thank you very much. Please allocate $2.5 million from Measure P to continue the incredible work that we've done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. City Clerk, is there any other members of the public who would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we have 2 more. Pedro Cruz.
Hello, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you all for the space and for your service. I'd just like to echo what y'all were saying earlier as far as the frustration in regards to feeling like the city is, or the city council per se, and the mayor are in a way trying to supplant what's going to happen with our parks with Measure P dollars. I think it's unfair, and I think you all have every right to voice that, and not only go as far as sharing what the funds for Philibos Park that were mentioned, but asking for a backlog of every project that has been tabled over the years and years and years. I've been living in Fresno personally since I was about 2002, so I saw those Philibos fields be pretty nice for a good year and then just go to waste because there was no maintenance plan. But and I'm just getting really frustrated, you know, going into my 30s now, just hearing the city always say there's no money for this, there's no money for that. But now that there is money, I think you all have the responsibility to share with the city council that there's no cutting corners, right? This Measure P money is allocated for something very specific, so we can't try to fix something that has tried to be fixed, you know. And also to echo the folks that spoke earlier, that complex in southeast Fresno, that was something that was a result again because of the city's neglect, right? This was land that was owned by the city, so I support the $2.5 million to help build that park or that complex. I know it's not owned by the city anymore per se, but I feel like that park belongs to more just than one group. It belongs to the community. Like it was mentioned before, there was thousands of people that were marching and so many groups that came together, and we deserve to be heard. And that's all I wanted to share. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. City Clerk, do we have any more members of the public who would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we have Sue.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sue Farmer. I'm the athletic director at Sunnyside High School, and I just wanted to chime in with our support on behalf of our former principal, Tim Lyles. He passed away, but he was a big advocate for the Subceda project, so I'm speaking on his behalf. And also Fresno Unified, Mike Angel, who's been working with the Subceda project, brought in all the Fresno Unified athletic directors to discuss the Subceda project and how it would benefit the Fresno community. As a former PE teacher and coach, boy, the health advantages of this park, they're pretty obvious, I think. So I'm not going to go into all those details. But as someone said who lives in the Sunnyside area, and Tim Lyle said it was his dirt, there's no place for these kids to go. They'd have to go all the way to Woodward Park to experience a true park environment. So that competition we have with the north side too, about what we provide for our community versus what they provide, is pretty glaringly different. So if we can get a park like that to show our community that they matter, to show our kids that they matter, and our Fresno Unified students will use it a lot as well, especially Sunnyside. All our feeder soccer programs will use it. Our cross-country team's excited about the pathway that'll be there. Our band's excited about the potential stage to do some concerts there too. So I just want to say, I hope they do it. I hope they push for it, and that it will be a huge difference in our community. So thank you for your time. I know it's been a late night, so that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer. That's all? Okay. Thank you to everyone and the members of the public who provided comment tonight. I will now close the hearing and bring the item back to the commission for discussion. At our prior meeting held on June 7th, 4 motions for recommendations to the City Council were voted upon and approved by this commission. However, based on advice from the City Attorney's Office, due to potential conflicts of interest related to some of the motions, we are going to revisit those motions. I will read each motion that was made and then ask all of the commissioners if any of them wish to sponsor and make a motion for recommendation. I have a question here. Can I refer to someone from the city, please?
Yep.
I do understand that I have to read these motions, but the motion that I wanted to make during TJ's presentation, will I be able to do that here?
Yes, so those will come after we revisit these.
Okay, just wanted to know. Thank you.
Yep.
First motion, $1 million for youth services programs to support youth family services and fee waiver for youth sports and access to pools. $2.5 million for the Southeast Fresno Regional Sports Park located at 2155 South Peach Avenue. $800,000 for ADA and infrastructure upgrades to Storyland and Playland. Allocate sufficient funds for preparation of cultural arts plan. Is there any member of the commission that would like to sponsor and make a motion for any of the recommendations? But before I ask that, we do have some commissioners who have special interest in some of these recommendations. So how will we go about that?
Madam Chair, before you do that, could you say the one you said after Storyland? I didn't quite catch that.
Yes, Commissioner Apuda. Allocate sufficient funds for preparation of cultural arts plan.
Thank you.
So real quick, and Raj can correct me if I'm wrong, but we can go ahead and make the motion and the second. Anybody who has a conflict should not participate in making the motion or the second. And then once we have all the motions that are available for consideration, we will have a discussion on each one. And when that one for discussion comes up that somebody may have a conflict on, they can disclose their conflict and remove themselves from the discussion and the vote.
Got it.
I'll just ask, and I want to check in with the city clerk. Brianna, you have the capability of putting somebody in a waiting room, correct?
I do, yes.
Or kicking out to the attendees, maybe?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, putting them in a waiting room is probably the best.
Okay.
May I ask a question about that, please?
Sure.
the Storyland issue, I served on that board, but I've never had any personal financial interest, and I no longer serve on the board. Would it be appropriate for me to recuse myself?
So that, have we discussed this outside of open session?
No.
No.
And it's never been again, I was a volunteer, and I raised money for it, but never had a personal financial interest in it. And the reason I brought it up is just because I've been exposed to it and understand it's an important issue.
My advice is going to be the same advice that I provided during the presentation. And so if you, I mean, I would say that follow the advice given in the presentation.
Okay.
And follow your conscience on that.
Well, I mean, okay, I understand.
Yeah,
I don't think I have a conflict, but
this is kind of the reason we don't want to be advising you on specific issues on the record, because I'd have more questions to ask you, and I don't necessarily know if you want to do that in open session, since all of this is subject to Public Records Act. If you still want to ask the question, I can answer it here.
No, I don't want to waste any time. If it's if there's any question about it, I'll just recuse myself.
So Christy or Raj, I have a procedural question here. Are these open for, is there general discussion to be had before there's a motion made here?
So I think that the way that I did it last time is people made motions, and I believe the way Christy clarified today is anybody can make a motion, and then as long as it receives a second, you all can have a discussion on that motion. If you want to follow a different procedure, I think that's up to the chair. But that's the procedure that has been laid out for this session. If you want to have the discussion before motions, that is up to the chair to decide.
So Chair McCoy, I'm just going to ask, can we have some general discussion about this before we talk about the specifics?
Yes, that's why I asked the question before, because I did want to have a discussion before the motions. Yes.
Okay.
And so it would be appropriate to visit the motions individually rather than a general discussion about all four at the same time, because we do have some people that would need to recuse themselves from certain conversations.
Absolutely. So we'll just take them in order the way that they're listed. So the first motion for discussion would be the one.
Before we do that.
Yes, ma'am.
There isn't some general conversation we can have about, I go back to the very relevant points that Madam Chair brought up about allocating funds to projects that are already on the books, those kinds of things. But maybe those questions aren't related to these, but there's some broader conversations I thought would be helpful to have.
Agreed, Dr. Apuda. That's what I'm interested in as well. Sort of a broader, not the specifics of these projects, but a broader discussion of how we proceed and what is the context
Chair
of placing this.
Chair McCoy, just in response to that, we do recommend that at some point the commission reconsider the motions that you read out from the last session, but there's nothing that precludes you from having the conversations that you all are talking about at this point.
So you're suggesting we have the conversations about the motions first and then have our broader conversation, or no, the opposite way?
I'm saying you can do either way you want to do it.
I would like to have our broader conversation first.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. So Chair, can I start? If you don't mind, I just want to make an observation.
Yes, Vice Chair, go for it.
So here's my concern is I think our charge as commissioners is to look holistically at the entire suite of parks, projects, and everything. And I don't think we have enough information to pull out this is my concern, and I'm not, this is just where I'm from. I don't know that we have enough information to pull out specific projects very early on in this process and allocate funds to them without having any context for the broader suite of decisions that we have to make and the allocations that we have to make. That's my only concern.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And as you know, I'll be watching to exclude myself from the discussion of the topic that we pointed out. But I wanted to have that general discussion about that section of the ordinance that pertains to the maintenance of effort requirements on the city. It's perhaps a different way of looking at the same issue, but if I may, I wanted to read that section of the ordinance that says, it is the intent of the voters in adopting this ordinance that the expenditures made pursuant to this ordinance shall supplement the levels of spending made by the city of Fresno in fiscal year 2017-18 in the areas funded by this ordinance, and the additional expenditure shall not supplant the 217-18 spending levels. And my question is,
what page are you on, Jose? Because we're trying to follow along.
I am on page 2 of the new ordinance document, and the section is section 7-1503, letter F.
Okay.
What I would like to know, and perhaps I'd like to first hear from staff, is how are we complying with that requirement? That's the first question.
City Attorney, do you guys want to talk to, or I could have Alma talk about it?
I think that this is more of a budgetary issue, so.
Okay, Alma.
Good afternoon, Alma Torres with the City of Fresno Budget Division. So in essence, the measure does state that the levels of spending made by the City of Fresno need to be at what the 17 and 18 levels were. So with this, the Finance Department looked at their annual CAPR, which is the Consolidated Annual Financial Reports, and established that the payments that were made in general fund for the 2017 and 18 levels were $14,800,000 as identified on page B110 of the budget book. So currently the general fund budget is actually at $16,305,900. So the current levels as established by the ordinance are exceeded by $1,486,600.
Can you show that on the screen?
I can certainly bring up the budget book. Yes, 1 second. Is everybody able to see it?
Yes.
So the language here, as I stated before, is that Section F does establish that the minimum funding must be equal to or greater than the FY17 or 18 spending levels. Those levels were determined to be $14,800,000 and $19,300,000 based on the consolidated annual financial reports.
So like 4.1% of the budget?
We did not look at the percentage. We looked at the actual amounts that were paid out on behalf of parks by the general fund in 2017 and 18.
Okay.
Thank you, Alma.
Sure.
Commissioner Barraza, do you have a follow-up question or any other questions?
So you, the note at the bottom indicates that it says that you're actually exceeding that amount by $1.4 million. Am I correct in what I'm reading?
That is correct.
Okay. I think that addresses the one issue I had, but I know there were some very important questions on projects that had been funded, and perhaps somebody else can address that other point.
Thank you. Do we have any other commissioners? Ms. Commissioner Cummings, you came off of mute.
So are we going down the list of these 4 items and we've started with the top item, or we're on the second item at this point?
No, we haven't actually went down the list of the motions yet. It's just a broader conversation about the motions and the process and how the funding is allocated, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I thought we were talking about each one, so thank you.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Madam Chair, I have a comment, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Apuda.
Number one, I want to thank the city staff for all your work. I can't even imagine. I am curious if city staff can answer a question for me. Maybe it is a question. What is our obligation to propose spending and spend these dollars immediately? What is the possibility of saying pause so that we can do the things I'm hearing other commissioners talk about and really get a process in place before we spend a red cent?
This is City Manager Tommy Escueda, and I'll look for Christy and Raj to chime in as well if they see so, if they think so. So you can make any recommendation you desire for the City Council, absolutely, and that could be one of them. I can tell you during last week's deliberations or discussions, the City Council added $12.8 million more in park spending. And we'll probably get a few more dollars added to the list tomorrow. So there's a momentum here and energy to, we got some challenges at our parks. We have some available funding. I think there's an interest to see how can we improve our park system using this funding. And so what I'm hearing tonight is that maybe the timing might be off a little bit. So I totally appreciate that. But you could absolutely make that recommendation to City Council that you'd like them to press pause, not spend any of the money, and go through the master planning process, the cultural arts process, the map that Chair McCoy talked about, the Viro Screen 3, and kind of identifying where all that you'd like to wait till you could absolutely make that recommendation to City Council, or make a motion, I think, and then get the votes.
And so again, just for my fellow commissioners' consideration, when I think about the integrity of this body and our responsibility to the citizens of Fresno, I wonder if we would consider that.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Apuda. That is definitely a recommendation that you can make. I would like to say something here as well. As I read the measure, and I keep going back through it, it just makes sense to do the highest needs assessment first, to do the equity plan. And that way we'll be able to see which parks versus on the CAL Enviro Screen 3.0, whose nearest park is identified as being in poor condition according to the plan or is located within a priority zone for new parks as defined by the plan. I think that just makes more sense to me to do an equity plan of all parks according to the Cal Enviro screen, and then get a review of the ATP, the active transportation plan, get them to do a workshop, and then we identify where we need trees and additional tree canopy, and then we start allocating money. That just makes sense to me, and that's a recommendation that I would like to make. That way we can make sure that we're starting in the neighborhoods with the highest needs, and we're providing them with bike trails and trails with the shade structures that they're needed, and we're lining up with everything that the measure is written out to be.
Something that would be useful is how long of a delay are we talking about?
The way the measure is written, that what do we call it? The highest needs neighborhoods has to be complete by January 1st of 2022. So about 6 months, that plan should be completed. I mean, by the measure, it has to be completed in 6 months.
And we're already about 6 months behind anyway because of how late we were all assembled. So it just makes sense to me to be able to do the highest need assessment first of all neighborhood parks or parks according to the Cal Enviro screen, and then we proceed on with everything else that needs to be done. That's just what makes sense to me.
And I also believe it's important to do it right, not do it fast.
Exactly, I agree.
I just wanted to see how prepared we are to undertake what's coming up. And I know that our city manager had reported that a consultant, WRT, had already been hired. And that was part of the task of the work he's supposed to be doing, is helping in updating the Parks Master Plan. And the question to the city manager, would that be a reasonable time to get all the whatever additional updates that are necessary of the Parks Master Plan, in addition to the other revisions that needs assessment and all that? Would that be doable within that time frame?
Yeah, I think they run, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but we would run these in parallel. Mm-hmm. The master plan's going to be working, you're going to be working on the master plan, seeing all the facilities and the deferred maintenance and the things that need to be expanded. Think about programming, you might want to do different services. So that path is going to be going with the consultant on the master plan and the services. And on a parallel path, an effort can be done to look at the highest neighborhoods based on the Cal Enviro screen. And that's just a map. I mean, we already have the map. So you just superimpose Cal Enviro screen data over our map data, and we, with buffers and boundaries, we should be able to clip out, where those highest need neighborhoods are with that. So I don't see that taking 6 months. That should be about a 3-month effort just to go back and forth with you guys, just to look at the maps.
Very similar, Tommy.
The master planning and the cultural arts plan. I mean, those will take some effort.
What did you say, Scott? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
City manager had asked me to correct him if he was wrong, but that's a great summary. That's right on.
So it wouldn't be that long of a process, but I think that this process, we want to make sure that we get this process right. And I totally, go ahead, Vice Chair, I'm sorry.
No. I'm just in complete agreement with you. I think we need to take the perspective of getting this right, not getting it fast. And I just think without more background and context and a full workup of plans, we're just picking things out of the air. However, right, I mean, not to say they're not good projects, but we're not putting it into the larger picture.
Something else that needs to be clarified is the actual amount of money that, what is the total request? Because as our city manager pointed out, there have been some additions to the numbers we looked at last time. And something I noticed is that the amounts that they were trying to allocate from HOP should be grouped by categories, because the categories limit how much you can budget from every area. And for example, the arts area has an amount of close to $3 million that's limited to the arts. And so I think that that would be very useful if the city staff could give us, uh, numbers that they show the limitations on allocation. At our last meeting, we were very excited and with a lot of passion and desire to improve conditions. But I was looking at the numbers, and really, with the limitations for every category, it's not really that simple. And we don't really have as much money as we were trying to allocate by category.
Alma, can you, in the budget book, Alma, I believe we printed a table that shows the allocation by, we call them buckets. Is that correct? Do I recall that correctly?
Yes, bucket 1 and bucket 2.
Yeah, if we can bring that up and just show folks kind of how the current budget proposal allocates the money by different bucket.
Okay.
Commissioner McCoy, can I speak? Sure. It's Meyer, Commissioner.
Yes.
If I could have a clarification to the city manager, I just want the last part presentation, there was like a table chart with recommendations of all the allocation, like improvement in maintaining safe, clean neighborhood parks and play. That's 13.6 million, and it shows that 11.8 million was not allocated yet. You're saying that, I just want to clarify, you're saying that through the presentation last week, additional 12 million was asked to put in, right?
Oh yeah. We showed you.
Okay.
That's correct. That's correct, Commissioner. Oh, that's correct, Commissioner Vang. We had showed you the mayor's proposal on how to allocate money for the Measure P and how much we were allocating, and then during the course of the budget hearings last week, the council members added more projects, added more parks projects. Now they haven't been allocated any, and that'll be the discussion tomorrow. Tomorrow they'll go through each of their motions and make a call on how they want to do each of those. Do they want to do the project? Can they get 5 votes to do the project? And if they get 5 votes to do the project, then the question is, how do you want to fund it?
Okay.
So let's not forget, Commissioner Vang, that the city has an obligation to use general funds for projects too, not just Measure P funds.
Okay, yeah. So my question to you, Thomas, is that we can make recommendation, but the city council could bypass us and say, you know what, thank you for your recommendation, but we're going to move forward for fiscal year 2022.
Yeah, I mean, I'd hate to say it that way, but that is true. That at the end of the day, the council has been elected to make the fiscal decisions for the city of Fresno. So they will take your input. They'll take input from other people in the community. They'll take input from, all sorts of, sources, and they will, make a decision, and they can get 4 votes in some cases, 5 votes in some cases. That's what will get advanced in the budget.
So, but they would have to follow the bylaw, right? Because according to each Measure P, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they would have to make sure it's allocated to the right subject.
That is correct. That they do need to comply with the will and intention of the voters.
Okay, yeah, because when I was looking at the bylaw this past weekend, I'm looking at some of the recommendation that it has been made, and I look at the recommendation I have been made, I'm like, the number is not going to, is gonna, like Jose mentioned, the number looks more than, like the recommendation for the Measure P is actually, there's a lot more money talking about it than there's actually money in it. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, as we've gone through it, we have made that observation as well.
Okay,
38 million sounds like a lot, but
yeah. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because when I was listening to them and I'm listening to the numbers here, I look at the bylaw for the amount that's needed to allocate for each priorities. I would call them priorities. I don't know what you guys want to call them. Recommended by Measure P on the left side, the 1 to 6. I just noticed that the funds are actually more than the funds that they expect is more than what is allocated. So I understand, like the commissioner, like I understand that we want to make a recommendation for them to hold. But even when we make that recommendation, it sounds like they're going to go with it no matter what, right? Because the adoption is going to be what, June, the last day of the budget?
So I think I heard you correctly. Let me see here. I can't see everybody. Yeah, it's kind of like a planning commission. Planning commission make recommendations to city council, and then city council considers all the information and then makes a decision on how to, on a matter that's in front of them for consideration. Similarly here, they will have the budget as their matter for consideration. They will hear your recommendation. They will hear information from other people that are going to dial in and discuss that matter with the council, and then they will render a final decision on how they want to allocate money for parks, police, fire, all of those things. That'll happen it's got to happen over the next 11 days, because by June 30th, they have to pass an adopted budget.
But what happens if this commission makes a determination that the items included in the recommendations did not meet does not pass the test of the requirements of Measure P? I mean, that's why the commission was created, to be to represent the views of the community in making sure that funds are expended for the intended purpose. And we have questions right now as to the adequacy of the process that has been followed by all the projects, and there's still requirements that need to be put in place to comply with the requirements of Measure P.
And I don't want to put words in the commission, in the chairs, but I believe that's kind of what she might be recommending, was like, hey, let's put a pause, strip out all the Measure P in the current budget proposal, and let you guys start over. And to do that, do the Enviro screen, do the master plan, do the cultural arts plan, do the service delivery plan, do all of those things, and then you would then submit to them your recommendations on, okay, here's how we would recommend the allocation of the 29.57 million. I don't want to presuppose that's what you were suggesting, Chair McCoy, but that's kind of what I was picking up.
I was actually Commissioner Apuda who wanted to put a pause on it.
Kind of a combination.
Yep.
Exactly. We're kind of saying the same thing, but a little different.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to move that this commission recommend to the City Council that we pause on allocating any Measure P funds and are allowed time to do the necessary research, the necessary planning, put in place the items that were aforementioned and that are in the ordinance, so that this commission can make some recommendations with integrity and in good faith for the city and the people of Fresno.
I will second that with some other things to add. While putting a pause on allocating any funds for Measure P, I would also like for us to create the equity plan and be able to review the active transportation plan so we can be able to allocate the funds properly to the highest needs neighborhoods.
So I was going to say point of clarification. So are you making a friendly amendment to her motion?
Yes.
Okay. And are you okay with that?
And I am in agreement with that. I tried to include all that in there, but I don't have the expertise that my chair person has on the language.
Chair McCoy, can you repeat your second, to amend to create the equity plan and review the active transportation plan, and then
we would be able to identify where we need tree structures and additional tree canopies, and then we will be able to allocate funding from the Measure P.
Tommy, it's just another clarification. how would it, if we end up moving what both commissioner had recommended, would that delay projects? Would it delay our input for next school year? It's just that it sounds like June 30th is like in 2 weeks or in a couple days. And if we ask to hold, how long will it take for us to complete school year 24, the new year's 2020? And then when do we get into 23?
Yeah, we'll start talking about, I'll start with the second question first. We will start with this particular group since it's up and new and running. And so we're going to do the cultural arts plan, master plan update, and the Enviro screen map. We're really starting the budget process on day one. I mean, that's the process we'll be going down, but it'll officially get hot and heavy when we're starting to really like make recommendations in that March timeframe of next year. So we'll take like March, April, month of March, month of April to kind of, this table we've got right here that we're showing, this table is what we'll work on with you guys starting in March, April, after you've gotten the Enviro screen map, the active transportation plan, the master plan, the cultural arts plan. That'll be the information you rely on to then make your recommendations and build a table just like this.
City staff, can I ask just a clarifying question? If we vote and approve on the measure in front, or on the motion in front of us, put forth by Dr. Oputa and seconded by Chair McCoy, that precludes consideration of these previous motions that were made at last meeting. Is that correct?
I'll have to look to the attorney on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, so we would take them in order. So we would take those first four that she read out from the last meeting first, and then we would consider this one most recently made after those.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
And if this one were approved, then the recommendation would supersede the previous recommendation.
Correct.
Can we, under discussion, make some comments?
Sure.
Thank you. I kind of worry about delaying the process because the sense of urgency that we have raised about improving parks. In fact, at the council meeting during the hearing, it was pointed out that there were certain programs that could be implemented right away that were being delayed, and comments were made that those should be implemented. For example, the range program, the safety of the parks, and also my feeling is that the existing facilities, the maintenance, the rehabilitation of existing projects, I feel comfortable with those because those, I felt the documentation is very good as to the needs. The areas where I felt a little bit uncomfortable was more with the new projects because those came after the master plan was approved, and that would have to take amending the master plan to make those projects comply with all the steps that the Measure P requires. And so I kind of would like to proceed at least with the existing facilities that are so dilapidated in many places that need those funds right away. And I think it's good. In fact, that rule that talks about the completion talks about that we can act on what we have up to December 2021, and then that soon thereafter we have to do the weighted average that incorporates all those factors. That would be a more an improved system. So I just wanted to point out that is my concern, that we talk about an urgency of fix the parks to start projects, to start spending the resources. And so to delay it, I don't think that's what the public asked us to do. And anyway, that's my opinion. And each one of us has a different view on things. And so I just wanted to make that comment.
Commissioner Barraza, I do understand your concern, but we also have to remember that the city of Fresno has an obligation to upkeep and maintain the parks before Measure P even became available or was even declared a win. So in order for us to allocate Measure P correctly, we're going to have to create the equity plan first. We're going to have to create that and work our way down that line that way in order for this Measure P dollars to be implemented correctly and to be done right. And to start with the highest needs neighborhood assessment, because that's what the measure called for. I do understand your concerns though. Any other park projects that has been allocated from the general fund needs to use those dollars. And once we complete the equity plan, then we can start allocating funds to projects according to the highest need assessments, neighborhoods that has been completed and done once we receive the CAL and viral screen maps and things like that. But I do understand your concern, and I just wanted to let you know that I do understand your concern.
I also appreciate Commissioner Leon Barraza's concern and would have him consider that we're talking about 6 months.
May I ask a clarifying question, maybe of city staff? So as we were looking at the pots of money again, some of them are program specific. So like the youth programs and whatnot. So are you proposing that we pause all of the pots or just the capital kind of improvement buckets? I guess that was a question not for city staff, but I formulated it as I was speaking. So Dr. Aputa and Chairman McCoy or Madam McCoy, are you proposing to pause everything?
Yeah, my motion is to pause everything and do what the things we need to do within 6 months.
And so then now my question to city staff is, like, practically speaking, how would that work? So if we pause for 6 months, like how does the city council approve this budget then? And then does that mean we don't spend any Measure P money until the next fiscal year? I just want to make sure I'm understanding this.
I think what we're talking, as I'm hearing it, however the motion winds up getting structured, we would not. So right now we're going into this budget, and it's a balanced budget that proposes to use $21 million for Measure P, from Measure P, parks related to the initiative. If the motion is to not do that and put the money back into the general fund and free up put the cost burden on the general fund and not use Measure P for the parks programs, then the council will have to find an alternative source of funding to do the things that are needed for the parks. Because there's some operation and maintenance stuff, there's some litter cleanup stuff, there's some staffing stuff that would be assigned to. So the council would have to then reconcile that and find an alternative source of funding.
But wouldn't they have to do that anyway if there was no Measure P funds?
No, what we would have done is we would have just programmed less dollars out there. It would have just been programmed less dollars.
I think that should have been done in the first place, because again, my concern is that Measure P is using to be supplanted, is not being used as a supplement. So that's my concern about the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that's the question we had asked a few folks, in putting this together. So the 2017-2018 budget allocation for parks was $14.8 million, and we have budgeted $16.2 million. So I think we've met the threshold of make sure parks has its minimum funding, and we've added a little more. And as we've done that, then it's like, okay, what are the things we need to do for parks that are consistent with Measure P, the litter, the new facilities, the old facilities, all of those things. And then, okay, let's program those dollars for that. So Measure P, the budget presented to council has more money in it for the parks than required by the measure. So we're good there. And then we just programmed it to get parks projects out. And so I guess my understanding is from the group, you'd like to recommend to council that we not program it that way. And then again, council would need to reallocate those needs to some other funding source.
Well, yeah, I think so, because everyone is calling for Measure P funds right now. Everybody has a project that's ready for Measure P funds right now. And according to the measure, again, that 50% of the 46% allocated needs to go to the highest needs neighborhoods. So that's where the equity plan comes in at. Without Measure P, our Parks Department would be in the shape that it was prior years. So again, the city and the council is just doing piecemeal approaches or piecemeal allocations to the Parks Department without fully taking care of the Parks Department. So Measure P in a way is a blessing, but we just have to make sure that we get it right.
Yeah, it's similar to other, sales taxes we've approved in the city. Measure C helps us with the roads. Measure Z helps us with the zoo. So you're right. It is intended to, improve and make the city better.
I will say from a person who uses EnviroScreen and a couple of other tools to determine high needs neighborhoods, that if you went through this list, you could actually determine this within an hour and a half, because you can plug an address there, you can plug in cross streets. It's actually, in fact, I'm familiar with many of these sites that are identified on here as high needs areas. I would say that could be taken in consideration, is that it be identified that it actually fits within at least the tools that are typically used, which includes EnviroScreen 3.0.
And I think you should point it out that the Enviro it identifies many factors, poverty, health issues, environmental issues, all kinds of issues, and so it's inclusive. And there's a map that we all should have that kind of shows where those projects are, and that master plan has a number and an address for each project. And I was going through that, which I think is something that staff should have done for us. But so that's the reason why I feel comfortable with the existing project.
I also think that I actually feel quite comfortable with how the city departments have presented the cases that we've seen, and about how the projects have been well defined. I give credit where credit is due, and I understand the thought process and what it takes to actually put together a project like this with the parks. And my concern for the public is that we delay it in a place where parks are a pressing need, and we've got this deferred maintenance of $112 million. I mean, it's just every day that we sort of decide that we're not going to move on this, I'm concerned. And my own thought is that I do like to think that the council members are there representing their districts and listening to the public. I believe that the city of Fresno is consistently trying to hear the public. I believe that we are part of the advisement to the city and the city budget. And I think that we should move forward.
I respect your comments that you made, Commissioner Cummings, but as an advocate for parks, and I've been advocating for parks for 8 years, we would be in the same position that we are in without Measure P. So we have a chance to get it right. We have a chance to get it right. Our city council hasn't gotten it right. Our city and our manager and our mayor prior to that hasn't gotten it right, but this body can get it right if we just take our time. And 6 months is not a long time for us to make sure that we're getting it right. We have an opportunity to get it right and to give our residents what they've been asking for. So I do respect your comments and your concerns about it, but I just feel that we have a chance to get it right. And by us taking our time and delay, and it might not even be 6 months, because again, I'm familiar with Cal Enviro 3.0 as well. I use it a lot. We use it in the AB 617 committee that I sit on. I've used it before when we were talking about no more industrial facilities in West Fresno. So I'm very familiar with it, and it will not take that long for us to come up with the equity plan and be able to start allocating funds.
Madam Chair, may I make another comment?
Yes, Commissioner Apuda.
I go back to my point of the integrity of this commission. And I also would have us consider perception. And I'm also one that when a decision is made and when that decision is questioned, that we can go back to the data and say, here's the data. And I personally don't have the data that says this is why. The programs that you all are referring to, I don't have those. So I don't have the information to look and say, yes, this is in that area, yes, yes, yes. But if we do the high need assessment, there's the data that says this is why we made this decision. And the data bears it out. I'll try to be quiet now.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Because I'll probably get asked by council. Let's assume that we do the Cal Enviro screen and 50% of the projects are in the high needs areas based on Cal Enviro screen. Then what would happen?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, Tommy?
Yeah,
please?
I was curious. So let's just say we map the projects and we identify that 50% of them or more are located in high need areas as defined by the Cal Enviro screen data set. Then what happens? If our existing stuff meets the 50% threshold, I say our stuff, again, these are all council-driven projects. The administration, me, the mayor, we didn't pick any of these projects. These are all council-driven. So I just want to know if the council selected projects fit the 50% threshold, how will the commission consider that information?
I still feel that we still need to start to create the equity plan. And if those projects fall in those highest needs neighborhoods, then I see no problem allocating funds from Measure P. But first, the plan needs to be created.
And I think some of us have actually done that, Tom. We've gone through the locations of the projects with the maps that are provided in the master plan. And I saw a concentration of existing projects in that area, and I feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, and we had to use the same map to identify candidates for the commission, because there's also a requirement that there's some of the commission members be located in certain high need areas as defined by the Cal Enviro screen. So we've used that map already to part of this process.
I guess a question I would have. Go ahead, Maya.
No, I think when I look at the master plan, one of the highest need was Quickly Park. And I think a part of the proposition you mentioned earlier, Quickly Park is also part of the plan. So I think that some of the stuff that the city council member has provided for us, when I look at the area, majority of them are in the highest need. And I respect, Chair McCoy and also Commissioner Apuda for your recommendation. I really agree with both of you on the equity plan, because I think it's so important that we work on the equity plan. But for me, I'm a little bit hesitant just because June 30th is going to happen. And I feel like, just me, okay, personally, I just have a sense that our recommendation might not matter to the city council, because we only have 9 days and then they have to vote. And I appreciate everyone's recommendation. I'm willing to support the equity plan, and I understand it needs to serve the highest need population, because I also is a very big supporter of making sure that it's culturally, sensitive towards everything we do. But I also think that as a due diligence, I also think that it's important that we also respect our council members of the decision they make, that they have provided for us. Because I think Mona mentioned earlier, you know, they are the city council, and I'm sure they speak to their constituents. I see some meetings on the City of Fresno website. Sometimes they post that they're meeting with their a constituent to talk about the budget, to talk about what's implemented. And I think, like, I know that this is so new to me. For me, this is really new to me. And, you know, I think we're moving so fast that I also support, if we're going to move forward, I also support moving forward with just, you know, this is what we got, and just move forward. Just because the time that we're allotted, I know 6 months may seem like very, very short, but for me, I'm more worried of the youth services that we're providing for youth and the seniors, because I do see that there's allocation set aside for our youth and also seniors, and it might start soon. And I'm just really worried that, you know, it's going to be a drawback for those services for our students, our families, and our senior who needs it a lot. If there's like if there's a certain priorities, like they're out of the 6 priorities, and you guys want to put a hold beside youth and seniors, I would make a, you know, I'll consider it. But I think as for youth services program and seniors services program and veterans, I even saw veterans services here and trails. I support those just because our families, you know, they just, you know, I don't know if we kind of linger. I don't know if they're going to get those services because in the presentation a few weeks ago, you guys mentioned about CAMP, you know, so is CAMP a part of the Measure P? Is food services to our senior part of the Measure P? Because if it is, then I'm a little bit worried because summer's coming. Summer's here already. It's really hot, and are those meals being applied on July 1st, or this implementation will start January 1st? I think that's the clarification we need. Will this start July 1st? Will this start January 1st? City manager, the recommendation?
Yeah, so right now, the way the budget, the way the budget has been prepared and presented to City Council for their consideration is that if they adopt it as presented, and they're not going to do that, but if they adopt it as presented, we would start right away on July 1st, moving forward on the project, moving forward on the whole program.
About. Yeah, and I'm really worried about youth services program, or senior program, or veterans program. Those are the services that I'm really worried about. So if there's other input that you guys have, another thing, listen, my ears open, because I respect all your you know, recommendation, everyone here as a commissioner. But if July 1st is the date, then I am leading towards supporting the recommendation that was provided in front of us.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Bang. I respect your comments, and I respect you as well. The youth and senior portions of Measure P is to provide jobs. For youth and senior in Measure P is to provide jobs. I still feel that we have a chance to get it right with the allocations and the implementation. And if we rush through this, then we're going to miss a lot of steps. Yes, I think, can we take a 5-minute break, please? Maybe some of us have to stretch, go to the bathroom, whatever. Let's take a 5-minute break, and let's be back here at 8:50 so we can take a vote and wrap it up, please. Thank you.
Ustedes, como se dio cuenta, tienen una motion.
Is everyone back? Or are we still waiting for a few people, or they don't want to turn the cameras on anymore? Because it's a long meeting, I know.
I just want to say, everybody, you're welcome. You all know you needed a break, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Apuda. I needed to stretch.
I'm the elder in the group, so I'll do it.
Chairman McCoy, can I share a slide that we presented to City Council last Tuesday for parks?
Yes.
Just kind of provide, I think might provide a little context, or maybe might confuse it even more, but that's not my intent. So one of the things that we shared with council was this slide right here, which is allocation of parks capital projects by district. And generally speaking, District 2 and District 6 not considered, are high needs areas in terms of socioeconomic and demographics. You can see District 5, 5 million, District 3, 1 million, 4, 5, 7 has got some, because of the way it's configured, it's kind of landlocked. So it's some of those are in that multiple district kind of area. So what I can do is work with staff to see if we can get the parks projects mapped by CalEnviro screen, and then it'll kind of provide a different resolution. And that's probably not going to be available till Tuesday, close of business, maybe Wednesday morning. But this is one of the things the council asked to see, and we said, okay. And 2 and 6 commented about it, but again, we're putting the money in the high need areas. But again, we need to superimpose that on the Calvin screen map.
But doesn't District 7 include 93701 downtown Jefferson? No.
I think it does. I'll have to. I don't know, Scott. Do you know if it covers that district, that area?
Pretty sure.
Yes,
it's my district.
District 7 does include Jefferson. Correct.
Talk about high needs.
Yep.
So I have a question, Mr. Escueda. You asked about if you all did the mapping with the source that you all keep talking about. I don't
Calvin screen.
The name. Thank you. But my question is, in doing a high needs assessment, is that the only source that would be used, or are there several sources?
Well, that's what's called out in that's what's called out in
the measure.
In the measure.
We're supposed to use Calvin screen.
Yes.
Thank you.
So before we take the vote, I just want to let all the commissioners and city staff know that I do respect all comments and suggestions that are being made, but I'm just going back to the 52% of the voters who voted yes for Measure P and how we have an obligation to them to make sure that it's implemented correctly. And the measure specifically calls out for the equity plan, the high needs neighborhood assessment to be created before any allocation is done. And this can be done by December and we can start allocating funds. So I just want to bring that to attention, because if Measure P is not implemented correctly, this will open up a door, open up a whole can of worms that we do not want to be, we don't want open. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And if we move forward, we can actually identify the tool that we use to determine whether it was a high needs neighborhood.
Correctly. So by using the Calvin 3.0 tool, we can create an equity plan for the highest need neighborhoods and move forward. And we have till December. So there's really not a rush. And the city has an obligation to provide youth services and youth programs, senior services and senior programs. So it doesn't just solely depend on Measure P. That's the city's obligation.
Well, and truly the city only needs to carry those programs until we can start allocating funds, which will be midway through the year, right?
Correctly, but they still are obligated to still supplement Measure P.
No, understood. But if,
yes.
if we want to supplement them, that'll
yes.
happen. We don't have to wait a year for that. Okay.
Yes, Vice Chair. Yes.
But again, just to clarify that we're just advisory to the city council. We don't really have the ability to stop any funding other than to recommend it. You know,
I'll let the city attorneys respond to that.
Yes, that is correct. You are charged with making recommendations to the city council for their consideration and budgeting for the Parks Department and Measure P funding.
so is there any possibility among the other commissioners of taking a middle road in which we somehow affirm the rapid creation of the equity plan while not recommending withholding, you know, some of this funding for services that really could start benefiting people to, you know, to Ms. Banks' point, they could really start benefiting people immediately.
It can't be done. It defeats the purpose of Measure P. If that was the case, then we wouldn't have Measure P. Measure P specifically calls out for an equity plan to be created before allocation of funds. So I think we owe it to the 52% of the residents who voted yes for Measure P in 2018 to make sure that that equity plan is created and those funds are allocated correctly.
I respectfully disagree with our chair in that the Parks Master Plan involved a lot of good people that attended many meetings, a lot of good people that voted in support of many projects. And actually, I'm pleased to see that the allocation for District 1 being $5 million, that's an area that needs a lot of help. And the sooner we can start getting those resources to those communities, the better. And I think that, I think the Viro 330 or 3, it's already a very good tool, and it will get improved by December, but it doesn't mean that already there's a map that shows those areas, and there's a map that shows the location of the parks. So that's why I feel comfortable that we should move forward.
City Attorney, this is Tommy. And Ms. Chair McCoy, I'm just curious. I've seen all the other, I don't see the equity plan terminology in here, so I just need a clarification on that. I see active transportation plan, parks master plan, cultural arts plan.
I'm saying equity plan, but it's called the highest needs neighborhood. And if you go to page 14, it talks about it in section E, how it's supposed to be created. And
no, I agree. I see that there.
Okay. So I'm just saying, to me, it'd be an equity plan because we're going with the highest needs neighborhoods first. So that's equity to me.
Okay, and then I don't see it being a condition precedent, Christy. Am I misinterpreting that?
So the way, and Raj can jump in here as well, the way that I have read it, there isn't anything that would require it to be defined prior to allocation of funds.
And I was suggesting before that perhaps we make a definition of how we define in this round what a high needs neighborhood is. And perhaps we can utilize tools that are quite common. And then when we create an equity plan to base our decisions in the future, then we establish that as the guiding point.
And just for a point of clarification real quick, there is an audit process at the end of the fiscal year to make sure that money is in fact spent according to the highest needs neighborhood or equity plan. So essentially, you guys could revisit it and say that you need to inject more money into certain neighborhoods because there wasn't enough there.
So the highest need neighborhood identification and at least 50% of funds have to be spent in these neighborhoods. The other 50% should be prioritized for projects that leverage other funds. That's what is written in the measure.
We agree.
So that's why I'm calling for the highest need neighborhood identification to be done first. So that's like where I stand.
And I'd like to respond to Commissioner Miller's question. I am open to other thoughts and ideas and recommendations. I just want to do this right.
Me as well.
Well, hopefully we all fit into that category. I fear that holding up or attempting to hold up funds at this point could A, create more chaos through the city council process, and B, sort of, potentially take funding away from people who need it right now. I mean, I believe, at least partially to your point, Chairwoman McCoy, that the 52% of voters, really just agreed that our parks are in real bad shape and that we have not been allocating enough money towards them. And, that's the top line of this thing. So I don't know how to make the motion, but I believe we should move forward and expedite identification of projects that create a more equitable city in regards to parks.
Commissioner Miller, just to clarify, when you say we should move forward, are you saying we should go ahead and allocate those funds to those projects that were previously identified, or that we should not change the way the budget is currently allocated?
I would recommend that we go with the budget allocations now, but affirm that we'll move forward rapidly with the rest of the process and then true it up according to the according to the ratios as soon as possible.
Okay.
I respect your comments, Commissioner Miller. But again, like I stated before, the city has an obligation to the Parks Department, to the youth, to the seniors, programs and services to be provided to youth and seniors is not just solely Measure P. So being able to correctly implement Measure P according to how it's written and to honor the wishes of the 52% of the residents who voted for Measure P, I think that is the correct thing to do. But I do respect your comments and how you stand on this issue.
Just to interject, I believe that what Commissioner Miller did was make a motion on the floor. And so it should be recognized and then ask if there's a second on his motion.
Is there a second on the motion?
I would second that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear if there was a second.
Yes, there was.
Okay.
Barasa.
Thank you.
Can I hear that motion again, please? I knew you were going to be happy to do that, Scott.
Well, I was just thinking out loud, and I suppose it really was a motion, but so officially my motion would be that we move forward with the budget as proposed and take steps to expedite the creation of this plan and to get the funding trued up by the end of this calendar year. So that if there are, because again, here's another point of clarification, there is less money allocated by the city's plan at this point than is anticipated for this year through the measure. Is that correct? So if that's so, I'm sorry, this is the worst motion and I should start over. My motion would be that we should follow the city's allocation and true it up according to the proper ratios through a plan, through an equity plan or whatever the correct terminology is, before the end of the calendar year. So we can get started, we can get everything done, or get everything started, and then make the ratio.
I assist, Commissioner Miller.
Thank you.
I think you want, and I just clarify if I'm wrong, but you want to recommend supporting the city's budget proposal as submitted, correct? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay. And then also simultaneously encourage and recommend that all of the steps that need to be taken be done expeditiously.
Before the end of the calendar year, so we can expend any additional funds without violating the spirit of Measure P. Thank you. Thank you for making that better.
We're here to help.
Tommy, I have a question. There is an estimate of 29 million being collected from Measure P from the sales tax, correct?
Correct.
Where is the other 8 million? Because for the total projects, I'm only getting 21 million. So where is the other 8 million?
We did not program that money. Most of that money is for the cultural arts plan and is for the cultural arts. So we did not spend. There's $8 million plus basically left to be programmed. So so physically where that money is sitting, the money comes into the city and it'll go into the finance department, and then they will hold the account there. And then as the budget appropriations are made, it'll move money out of the finance department into the parks department in those categories.
My other question is, for the projects that were allocated funds from the general fund, what happens to those funds?
Yeah, the general fund, the money that was programmed from the general fund back to 2019, again, we saw a few of those numbers. Those dollars have been reallocated to public works, city council budgets, city attorney budgets. We just started allocating as the needs for the departments came up. We allocated those general fund dollars to business operations in the city that were continuing to grow and expand. and then we put those dollars, and we used the Measure P dollars to fund the parks projects. Again, the maintenance of effort level is 14.8 million, and we have put 16.2 million into the parks budget on the baseline as the minimum for this year.
No, I get it, but the parks department is lacking just like any other department in the city. So I believe that those general funds that were allocated for those projects should have stayed in the parks department.
Correct. We just, again, all the departments had needs. 14.8 was the minimum required for parks. We said, no, that's not good. Let's add more there. Well, where else do we have needs? Oh, we have needs in all these other areas. So we allocated dollars to help other.
But Tommy, all the money that has been allocated for those parks is coming from Measure P. In other words, you took all the general operating funds out of the parks department.
There's some money in there from other sources like CDBG, a few other sources, but most of it is going to be Measure P. I think the total just talking about capital, the total capital program for parks projects is 23 million. And I think we're funding about 15 million with Measure P. So there's $8 million in other funds used to fund capital projects in parks.
But not general operating funds.
Some of it might be general operating, but most of it is going to be other sources of funds, correct? Not property tax, sales tax.
So again, the parks department and the city is solely depending on Measure P funds, correctly? Correct?
No, again, 14.
But that's how it sounds, because 14.8, and then you added an additional, what, 2 million to make it 16 million. So again, the Parks Department in the city is solely relying on Measure P funds. And Measure P was a measure that was written to supplement the Parks Department budget, not to supplant it. And that's what you guys are doing. You're supplanting it.
Well, I guess that's probably where we perhaps need to work with the city attorney on the terminology. Again, the maintenance of effort was 14.8. We put 16.3. So we met the minimum and then some. And then we have $23 million in capital projects for parks. 15 of that is going to be funded with Measure P. So there's 8 million of other sources of funds used for the capital projects. So we didn't use 100% of all the Measure P for all the capital projects. There are other dollars, other colors of money being used for Measure P capital projects.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The parks general fund budget was reduced by a little more than 9 million, correct? Or am I wrong?
When you say reduced, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how it was reduced. Again, 14.8 was the target. 16.2 is what we put in.
I'm wondering if there's a miscommunication here. Mr. Escueda, are you saying that the 14.8 plus the additional 2 million is in the budget?
It's in the budget
and
right
then
now.
Measure P dollars are on top of that. Is that
on
what
top
I'm
of that? Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I think Chair McCoy, you seem to be hearing that the 14 plus the 16 is Measure P dollars. That's
not what I'm hearing either. I'm hearing it's coming from the general fund, but again, it's just a piecemeal allocation, in my opinion, because to me, the city is solely depending on Measure P funds. So to me, Measure P funds are being supplanted instead of being used to supplement the Parks Department budget. And the city still has an obligation to allocate funds from the general fund. So that's how it sounds to me.
Yeah, and we did allocate funds from the general fund to the Parks Department, correct?
I'm missing your interpretation, Madam Chair. I'm hearing that 16 plus million are non-Measure P dollars. Is
Correct.
that accurate?
That's accurate. So the total budget.
I'm not sure where the tension is in this.
Yeah, the total budget for the Parks Department this year, correct me if I'm wrong, Alma, is $50 million.
That's including Measure P funds.
That's exactly.
So last year, the general fund allocation for parks was 24 million. This year, the general
That's
fund
your
allocation
point.
is 14.5 million.
That's
The
your
city
point. Now
should
I get
reduce
it.
its general fund allocation. They shouldn't reduce its general fund
Okay.
allocation.
Now
No,
I get. Now I get
yeah,
your point.
no, now I understand as well. Again, we just were following the ordinance, 2017, 2018. That was what,
Now I understand.
yep. The ordinance defined 2017 and 2018 as the target to begin the budgeting process.
And I think on the spirit of transparency, if you look at a figure on the list that says, on the document that says fiscal year 22 Measure P funding, the one that has the buckets, bucket 1 and bucket 2, there's a category under PC 00237. It says carryover 21 F13. It says 3.6 million. And I understand the point that's being made. The point that's being made is that there were funds from the general fund allocated to build parks projects that are being carried over using Measure P. And you know, I want to be open and transparent as to what happened. Is that correct, Mr. Scott? That in fact, basically, we're substituting funds. I don't want to use the word supplant, but maybe that's the right word.
No, so I think substituting is a good terminology that we had. Again, as TJ had indicated earlier, and that dollars were allocated, projects weren't going because they were lacking funds. So we said, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We have the Measure P funds. Let's go ahead and get these projects done so that they're not sitting around here 2, 3, 4 years. They're going to get done. So let's go ahead and program those to get them done. We know we have the funding. Let's program them and get them done. Okay. The dollars that were previously allocated, again, which were insufficient to get the projects done, those dollars were programmed for other parts of the city, for other departments in the city to kind of just keep the business moving. So then we looked at the 14.8. Great, that's the minimum, but we need to add more. So then we added, we went up to the 16.3. I think we added $1.5 million. And then we had, like I said, we had other funds in the available, other colors of money that can support parks projects. So we, again, $23 million capital program, 15 is Measure P for capital, 8 is from other sources of funding. So we had a lot of different colors of money, and we were just trying to move it into all the places to fill all the needs in the city. That was really the exercise.
That's a baseline, not a maximum. Since the city did not implement the measure for 3 years, then it should use most of the recent general fund allocation for projects.
Yeah, I think that's certainly a point of discussion, but the way it was transmitted to us was 2017, 2018, that's the minimum. Define what that number is, and that's what we did. And then we added some on top of that.
Sorry.
No, this is good discussion. This is really good discussion.
I was apologizing for crunching on my ice.
Oh.
It's a long night.
So are there any other questions or comments? I'm sorry. So my last comment I would like to make on this item is that it can be defined as a percentage of the general fund, not a dollar amount. There's a motion on the floor that has been seconded, so we can take a roll call vote.
So real quick, I think that the clerk needed you to repeat.
Well, actually, I think I got it during the break, but which motion am I roll calling? Am I calling Commissioner Miller's first or Commissioner Apuda?
We should take them in order of when
we got
they
them?
were made. Yep.
Okay, so let me just repeat the motion just to make sure that I got it correct. Commissioner Apuda, motion that the commission recommend to the city council that there be a pause on allocating any Measure P funds and are allowed time to do the necessary research, planning, and put in place the items that have been motioned and that are in the ordinance, so that the commission can make some recommendations in good faith for the city and the residents of Fresno, while putting a pause on allocating any funds of Measure P. We would also like to create the equity plan and be able to review the active transportation plan so that they can allocate the funds properly to the highest needs neighborhood. Seconded by Chair McCoy.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Commissioner Parks.
This is difficult. I support you both, but I am concerned about not implementing the programming funding right away and the amount of time it takes to get parks off the ground. I think the equity plan is really important, but we're not programming funding for the whole 30 years right now. And so for that reason, I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Barraza.
I think these are difficult choices. However, we've been waiting to address the blighted conditions of many parks. They're mostly in Southeast and Southwest. And I'd really want to start addressing those needs right away. So I vote no.
Okay. Commissioner Singh.
I will say that I really liked Madam McCoy's point about getting it right the first time. And so for that reason, I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Commissioner Cummings.
I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Miller.
I'm a respectful no, but I really do affirm and agree with the point behind the motion.
Commissioner Apuda.
I want to say, folks, this isn't personal. Don't worry about it. And I also want to say that in looking at that budget allocation and looking at Council District 7, that's extremely concerning to me. And I vote yes.
Commissioner Vang.
Respectfully, no.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
Yes, no.
Okay. Commissioner or Vice Chair Dolan.
I think we can accomplish the spirit of this motion and by threading that middle ground that we talked about in the previous one. So I vote no.
Okay, and Chair McCoy.
Vote yes.
Okay, motion fails 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 2. Or 6-3, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second motion was made by Commissioner Miller to recommend supporting City Council's budget proposal as submitted and recommended that all steps expedited before the end of the fiscal year. Seconded by Commissioner Barraza. Okay. Commissioner Parks?
Yes.
Commissioner Barraza?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Apuda?
Yes.
Commissioner Vang?
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Chair Dolan?
Yes.
Chair McCoy?
No.
Okay, motion passes 8-1.
Okay, and just for the record, because we didn't, well, because of the way the vote went, we had those 4 motions that were made at the previous meeting that are no longer being considered by this commission this evening, correct? Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just needed it on the record.
Thank you.
So, Ms. McCoy, this is, I think we should move on to unscheduled communication.
Okay. Let's move on to unscheduled communication. Are there any other motions to approve recommendation to City Council regarding the Parks Department budget or Measure P funding for fiscal year 2021, 2022 budgets? Is there a motion to approve? Oh, we're not even considering those, huh?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got lost.
That's okay.
Chair McCoy, we do have one unscheduled communication too right now.
Yes. So would any member of the public like to speak on any issue within the jurisdiction of the commission? You have 3 minutes.
Yes, we have Sandra Saladon. Sandra, you're unmute.
Good evening. I'm Commissioner Sandra Saladon with Fresno Building Healthy Communities. And I just want to state that I am severely and utterly disappointed by this commission and its lack of commitment to equity. While you speak of equity, you do not take action on equity. Measure P is very clear that it is an equity measure to ensure that not only maintenance, but new parks are created in areas of highest need. And that's why the voters voted in support of Measure P, with the promise that parks that are in disarray would be maintained, updated, and improved, and that new parks, trails, and programming would be created for the most disadvantaged in our community. How can you make any allocations without actually identifying where those highest need communities are? While I understand that we have a Parks Master Plan, the Parks Master Plan is a general guidance. It does not provide the level of detail that Measure P requires. What is apparent to me and what I take personal is that this body and some members on this body are looking to Measure P as a honeypot. And that goes contrary to the spirit and the commitment of the young people that gathered signatures and ensured that Fresno supported this measure. So I have to say that I am extremely and personally disappointed by the majority of the commissioners today. We call on you to actually implement the equity plan, which is the identification of the highest need neighborhoods. We're not calling on you to make an expenditure plan for 30 years. As Measure P says, it's a 3-year expenditure plan because the intent is that every 3 years you will be revising that highest need map, because as Measure P gets implemented, we're going to address those neighborhoods and the needs of those neighborhoods. So I have to say that I'm really disappointed in just the level of disregard to ensure that residents in our community, in all corners of our city that live in a neighborhood that does not afford them the opportunity to have a park nearby or afford them the opportunity to have a park with working restrooms or basic amenities are taken care of first. It's not okay to simply state that you care about equity. This is the time where you demonstrate your commitment to equity by holding the city accountable. The fact that the city has chosen to cut its general fund obligation to the Parks Department by close to $10 million, and yet nobody flinched on this commission and raised that as an issue is disheartening. The fact that there is a Parks Master Plan, an active transportation plan already in effect, and this body has not even reviewed it and has already made recommendations for funding is disheartening. All of those years of engagement by community and the fear that voters expressed to us at the door that the money would just be used in a way that doesn't actually meet or elevate their priorities is coming to fruition. And I'm severely disappointed that after years of having to sue the city to implement Measure P, this is the body that is representing us. I'm very disappointed.
Thank you, Ms. Celadon.
Next is Lilia.
Lilia, are you there?
Lilia Chavez. There you go.
Yes, good evening, members of the commission. Lilia Chavez, Executive Director of the Fresno Arts Council. I'm probably going to, well, I can't say what Sandra Saladon said any better than she did. As a member of the coalition that created Measure P, it was with the intention that this commission would be true to what we developed and what we planned, and that we would have a measure that would be equitable and that would consider the needs of all of its citizens. And so while I I do want to request that you come back to the issue of allocating the funds for the cultural plan, because that is another important part of this. I would hate to see any other funds be expended without completing that plan fully. I do have to support the position of your chair and also Sandra Saladon. This is disappointing. I sat through this whole meeting and I expected a stronger position from this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Do we have any other scheduled communication, City Clerk?
No, we do not.
All right, I would like to, the meeting is adjourned at 9:29 p.m.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Night, everyone.